breast cancer survivor. Hey, y'all, here I am. Survivor Speaks, and I'm back with the live stream as promised. Now, shout out to everybody that is in the building. I see, that people have already followed in on Twitter. Let me go over here to my YouTube channel where, you know, they be killing y'all over there on Twitter. I mean, they be beating y'all. I can't even say that. Y'all, everybody on Twitter, y'all, if y'all don't know on Twitter, certain words we can't say over here on YouTube. So if I sound a little strange when I'm talking about something, I'm saying a word and it is off, I'll try to make sure if you're new here, how to put it into context about what I mean. There are so many restrictions here on YouTube versus Twitter. So that's why you will hear me change words. But thank you for coming here and rocking out with your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, and welcome to Survivor Nation. The people that are watching on YouTube, I wish you would come over to YouTube. On X. Come over to YouTube just to hit the like button for me. You can go back and watch on YouTube. It's a free way to support the show, and it pushes the video out into the algorithm. So, what up, Allie? What up, Nessa? I'm going to give a big trigger warning right now from the door, from the gate. This is a big trigger warning. This is the direct examination of Cassie Ventura. Shout out to Cassie Ventura, who had a baby boy on yesterday. Big shout out to her. What I don't like is now things are heating up in the courtroom, y'all. I'm just going to tell y'all that. Things are heating up in the courtroom. And from the content creator that I get all of my information from, that is sitting right in that courtroom, they actually save her seat for her every day. They hold the place in line for her all day because, hands down, she's the best at doing this coverage on site. So they're playing a dirty game because it's heating up, and now the evidence that's coming in, it's RICO. I don't care what these other, people are reporting, because they are trying to still spin it. It is definitely RICO. Hold on a minute, because they're trying to get evidence thrown out because it is not good for the Diddy man. It's not. They're trying to get all types of stuff thrown out. At what? For what? But they're playing a game that the feds don't play. They're playing this game that they don't play in federal court, and you cannot play. Not up here in New York. Not in New York. You're not playing those games. I love Brian still. So far, like Nicole Westmoreland was, being talked about in the beginning, but it's not her. Like Brian has cross-examined. I want to say it was Kid Cudi this morning, and then but he's jumping in like here or there, and they tried to move for a mistrial today, and the judge said, on what grounds? That's gonna be a big no. Okay, y'all should have objected when they started with this line of questioning. I'm gonna just tell y'all this because we're gonna get to what we're here. We're just on day 2, and they are on day 11. So what happened is there was this line of questioning that was happening by the defense, and they were asking about the fingerprints cards from when Kid Cudi's car was blown up. They took fingerprints from the car and from off of the doorknob, of the house where they went into the house. So they got the fingerprints from the car first, and then from the house. So the fire marshal asked, in the fingerprint analysis at the fire with the fire department, asked for the fingerprints because they wanted to see if the fingerprints that they found on the car and on the door up to Kid Cudi house did it match. But the LA, this is what happened this happened in LA, and the LAPD said that the fingerprint cards and stuff wasn't destroyed and missing. Now, if you were Diddy's attorneys and you didn't like this line of questioning, so they asked him, is this something that normally happens? He's like, no. I've never really heard this happen in their police department. Like, so, and they said, well, they destroy evidence before you tell them that you're not done, for ongoing investigation, and you're not done with your part of the investigation. He said, no. Normally, they consult with me before they can get rid of anything. So it is implying that Diddy had the police department in his pocket, right? But his team waited for them to ask all those that line of questioning, and then they moved for a mistrial, trying to say that Diddy is paying off. They said that they're implying that he's paying off the LAPD. He has somebody on the LAPD and the LAD on the LAPD team, police department, in his pocket. Is it too far-fetched? It's not. But this judge is not playing with them. They said, so he wants to know, why didn't you object when they were asking the questions? Why would you wait until they're done with their line of questioning, and then now you want to file for a mistrial? No. What I can do, if you would have objected, I could have said sustained. I'll sustain the objection and give a curative instruction. Jurors, disregard all of the testimony you just heard. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. But guess what? I just want to give y'all this bonus here. This is a bonus. I don't know if you're paying attention and you got up on it yet, but here's a bonus. This is what they weren't relying on. They're so busy thinking one way. They're trying to get into the Fed's head and what they're. So there was a black truck outside of Kid Cudi's house. So basically, the assistant captain, the rest of her name is escaping me right now. She was on the stand yesterday. She basically wrapped everything up in a bowl for them, and just basically stamped the RICO on this case for them. She confirmed everything that Kid Cudi was saying. Her timeline matched his. The defense tried to dismantle that timeline, but it was right on board with what she was testifying to. And they kept trying to say, how did Kid Cudi run and Diddy and them chase him, and he lives on a dead street? But when they put up the map, he could have made a left here, he could have made a right there, he could have made another right there, and then there was a street that was a dead end. No, that's not true. And that Kid Cudi lives there. He knows how to get in and out of his neighborhood. It's not only one way in and one way out. So I guess they thought that, I don't know what they're thinking. Like, people aren't watching. Like, I guess they think the prosecutor. This is not Fulton County. Brian Steele, they not going for this up here in New York. I love Brian Steele down. He's one of my favorite attorneys. A lot of people don't like Brian Steele, believe it or not. They don't. But I think, he's a very skilled attorney. He's a beast at what he does. So I love Brian Steele. But it's not happening here. So either way it goes, right? They don't have no fingerprints, but they have testimony to corroborate that P. Diddy was there. Him and one of his security officers went into Kid Cudi's house, opened up all the present gifts, the gifts that he had wrapped under the tree. They didn't take any, but they scattered the stuff around. But when the car was blown up and the cops came, there was a black truck Big SUV parked outside of Kid Cudi's house. And the fire marshal and the police took down the license plate number, ran the plate number, because the car was parked right in front of Kid Cudi's house. And the license came back to Bad Boy International. Diddy. Are we gonna just keep being stuck on stupid? You threatened that girl, and it took them 2 hours to talk Kid Cudi out of not telling the police that you were the one that broke into his house. It took them 2 hours. They were trying to dismantle this whole 2-hour window. The 2-hour window was Puffy told the assistant, if you don't tell Cassie to get her over here, I am unaliving you, her, and Kid Cudi. All 3 of y'all. I'm taking y'all out. You and Cassie better convince Kid Cudi that if he calls the cops and says somebody went into his house, he better not implicate me. I'm taking all 3 of y'all out if y'all do. Puffy is not this guy y'all think he is, okay? But anyhow, it took them 2 hours. They were trying to convince him. We understand because so much had went on with him. He was tired. They tried to convince him, and they were talking to him for over 2 hours. So when he called the police, he just said somebody broke into his house. He didn't say who it was. So they tried to use, the defense tried to use that, for their defense. But he didn't say his name because this man said that he was going to threaten to kill all 3 of them. All 3. 1, 2, 3. All 3 of them. Y'all in the river. Out of here. You're gone. So yeah, he didn't say it. Because that's what you told them, right? Puffy, you so smart. Puffy never thought this day was going to happen, y'all. Never thought this trial was going to happen, y'all. Never. And what gets me is now people have been asking for this side of the trial, and now you're getting it. People don't want to accept it. You still trying to accept the fact that this is, it's a celebrity. Wake up. Come out of your celebrity world. Come back to America. Come on back to the land of the living, to the law. Yeah. So all anybody should be doing is following the law. They're proving the RICO case. They're making it more clear of why they charge this as a RICO. Y'all people out there, you do realize that he went to the assistant's house at like 5:30 or 6 in the morning and made her get into a car with him at Pow Point, right? Y'all on Twitter, I can't say the word over here. They'll just demonetize my channel. But at Pow Point, right? Y'all do realize that it's kidnapping, right? That is the second time that he kidnapped her. The first time was the first day she started working for him. It is. The first day she started working with him because she used to work for Suge Knight. They kidnapped her. Basically, he told her he needed her to take some jewelry, 3 pieces of jewelry, somewhere before she even got to the airport. It was missing. She called the security and alerted them there's no jewelry. Before she left, they picked her up, took her to an abandoned building. Over 5 days, they continuously gave her a lie detector test. she was there against her will. It's kidnapping. If people got a problem with it, get out pen and paper. Go look up P. Diddy's information and write him a letter and tell you how you feel. Because, this is just what's being reported, what's being said on the stand. Y'all got to take that up with your local celebrity. And people have to realize that even though people are celebrities, when people have as much power as he had, he can get people to do things at the drop of a dime. It's the last thing I'm going to say about the case as it is recent, which I think was disgusting as heck. His assistant, Laura London, who was the third person there? I forgot. It was 3 females there. Cassie couldn't even sit. Cassie couldn't come out and sit with them unless he told her he could. He told them, watch this. Cassie, get your ass in here now. Sit down. Stand up. Turn around. Go get that. Bring it over here. Now get your ass out of here. She did every single thing he told her to do. He said, and that's exactly why y'all bitches don't have no man. And the assistant said, well, you MNFing right. Basically, because I wouldn't be going through that. That's so coming to America type of. Buffy, was that one of your favorite movies? Walk like a dog. Walk like a little dog. Back like a big dog. What the hell type of what is that? Y'all, I'm just discussing. I'm disgusted. That's all I got to say about that. Shout out to the people that's in the building. Shout out to Allie and Nessa that's here, that's always holding me down. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all you watching on Twitter. We're going to jump right into the transcripts. Like I said, big trigger warning, trigger warning. But before we do that, I do have to hear a word from our sponsor first, and we'll be right back and get right into the transcripts. Thank you. One moment,
now
please.
A word from our sponsor. Survivor Speaks extends heartfelt gratitude to Emin Essentials for their generous sponsorship. From handmade soy wax candles for a cleaner burn to car and pet-friendly room freshener sprays, they offer quality products tailored to your needs and do not use any dye in any of their products. Custom packaging is available upon request, along with a limited luxury line while supplies last. Visit www.inmanessentials.com now, and don't forget to subscribe and enter your email address for an exclusive 10% discount on your first order. What are you waiting for? Now back to the show.
So what's up? We are back. As I stated, we're going to get right into the transcripts today. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This is not going to be easy to listen to. It's not really fun for me to even read, right? But we need to see, to hear, and I need to be able to read verbatim what is going on in the courtroom, so that we can understand this case for ourselves. I saw somebody, and I had to turn off the video, that was out there hollering like a madman. When I tell you, I'm not a lawyer. I have people that I can ask, but I've always been into the law, but I have people that I can ask, attorneys that I can ask a question if need be. But to be out there just talking and running your mouth and just being ignorant, it's kind of, and you out there screaming at the top of your lungs like you on a megaphone. You're not even getting like the simple things about law right. I'm just like, boy, it behooves me how people get out here and incriminate themselves in crimes, trying to sound important. So I just was looking like, this guy, are you hoping that Diddy get out and they tell him all about what you out there doing so you can get a job with him? I cannot believe it. He's out there. Yeah, they had locked me up for the same thing. They locked me up for ex trafficking, and what I had to do. What happened with me? What I had to do was I had to plea out. I had to plead to something. And, they had just took the time I had and let me walk. Somebody's trying to tell. This is federal court. First of all, he's wrapped up in a RICO case. This is not an isolated incident. You have to look at the totality of everything. They haven't even got to, the RICO, charges at this point when this guy was out there doing all the screaming and hollering. They really, but they did, but people didn't want to see that as part of the RICO charge. So he out there screaming and hollering, because I was, okay. You ain't have Puff Daddy money. You didn't have, if you did have that type of charge, bruh, you out here looking like you just rolled. Let me not say that. You didn't have Puffy type of money to have a whole slew of people doing anything that you told them to do at your fingertips. That's the difference between you and Puffy. You didn't have a whole organization of people. He had the assistant setting up the room, helping to set up the room for the freak-offs and to help clean up the body fluids after they got finished in these freak-offs. Am I an assistant or am I the maid? And why should the people that work for you, and then you're not paying us? Then you have the audacity not to pay us. They are showing a pattern in this case, people. Let me tell you something. There's evidence. We're going to get to it because I'm going to be reading it when we get to those parts. But it has come out in this trial. More than one person has said they've seen him allegedly assault someone. And then they came to them and said, go to the police, file a report and say that this person assaulted me. It's the same thing they already tried to do with Cassie on the stand. Already, we read that they tried to say that she assaulted somebody, allegedly assaulted somebody, which was the reason why she wasn't answering the phone when Puffy was calling her one time. But she said she was arguing with somebody. She was about to unalive them. Come on, y'all. Let me tell you something. That's probably one of the reasons why Gina Hoon is not coming to testify. Because Gina Hoon did a interview on Tasha K. You can go and watch it for yourself on YouTube. I'm on with Tasha K. In that video, she said, yes, Cassie did call me. Cassie called me. She said she wasn't nasty. She didn't get smart with me. She said she was very polite, actually. She just asked me to please leave Diddy alone. That's what she said. This is another characteristic of who Cassie is. That's why you have to read these things for yourself. Go look at the interview for yourself. Because if Gina came in here and said anything else, that is an independent interview she did on her own. It don't have nothing to do with this case. Nothing to do with this case. But it could be a part of this case. Bring you behind the here in court and get on the stand and try to lie for Diddy and see what happened. Tasha K, we are subpoenaing in the interview that Gina Hoon did with you, that she reached out to you to do the interview for. So, and another thing she said in the interview was, so this is when Cassie broke up with Diddy. But Diddy was always comparing Gina to Cassie, telling Gina Cassie was a good one, she's the bad one. You're not like Cassie. Same thing he did when he got that award. I want to give a shout out to Cassie. She really stuck beside me because no one had, we all heard, but seeing how diabolical this man is when you start to hear different things, that was just a shot. Like, if Cassie's watching, yeah, let's look at me. I'm still shouting you out, and that was Young Miami in the audience, dummy holding up the sign. Go, Poppy. But shout out to Cassie. Before that, in a different instance, it was shout out to the love of my life, Kim. But y'all keep letting people play in y'all face. All right. So we're gonna get into the reading. This is the direct. This is the first time Cassie is on the stand. This is the direct examination of Cassie. So let's get into it. Like I said, there is a trigger warning here. Thank you so much for that, Ali. And so the jury is present, and the court says, please be seated. Is the government ready to call their witness? Ms. Johnson says, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Cassandra Ventura. All right. So the deputy clerk said, remain standing and please raise your right hand. She raises her right hand. Called as a witness, Cassie Ventura, you're called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. The court. Ms. Johnson, thank you, Your Honor. All right. So they just swore her in and then turned her over to be questioned. So good morning, Ms. Ventura. Good morning. Just so you know, you can drink that water that's on the stand. Let's keep in mind, Cassie is 8.5 months pregnant on the stand right now. Shout out to her. Congratulations to her and Alex Fine. They had a baby boy. Shout out, big shout outs and prayers to the family that the baby, the reports are that the baby is healthy, but I pray that the baby continues to be healthy, knowing all that she's been through. So anywho, and just so you know, you can drink that water that's on the stand. Oh, thank you. How old are you? I am 38 years old. What is your occupation? I'm a musician and entertainer. Ms. Johnson, Ms. Gavin, could you please publish Government Exhibit 2A101 and evidence for all the parties in the courtroom? Ms. Ventura, who was depicted in Government Exhibit 2A101? Sean Combs. So how do you know Sean Combs? We were in a relationship for a little over 11 years. If I refer to Sean Combs as Sean today, will you know what I'm talking about? Yes. You said you were in a relationship with Sean for a little over a decade. During that period, were you together consistently, or were there breaks during the relationship? There were breaks. During that same time, were there times where you got along well with Sean? Yes. Were there times where you did not? Yes. Were there times when you had arguments with Sean? Yes. Without getting into the subject matter of those arguments, can you describe what arguments with Sean were like? If they were violent arguments, it would usually result in some sort of physical abuse, and dragging, just different things of that nature. When you say physical abuse, can you tell me what types of things that Sean did that hurt you physically? I mean, he would mash me in the head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. How frequently was Sean physical with you during your relationship? Too frequently. Were you ever injured as a result of these incidents? Yes. What kind of injuries did you have as a result of Sean being physical with you? Usually pretty similar. I would get knots in my forehead, busted lips, swollen lips, black eyes. The whites of my eyes would be red. Bruises all over my body, just depending. And I'm going to stop right there because let me just bring these pictures over. And in the middle of her testimony, I'm going to show them periodically. Because there are And I'll never understand this. Well, you know what? Some people don't know what it's like to be abused. So you wouldn't have any knowledge about, what that feels like. You just wouldn't. Um, and everybody's like, well, why didn't she just leave? What do you mean, why didn't she just leave? How many times do people have to testify in this case and tell you, including her, she could not leave? Even if he was in another state and if they were in two different states, and he told her, once he got the control that he needed, he can give her a command, she was going to do it. It gets that deep. It gets that deep. I'm just going to show. Wait. Oh, okay. So I'm going to just show you guys, this picture here, she still has the scar over her. She still has a hole in her head from this picture here. This is how she used to disguise herself. You see the knots on the side of her head? You can see that it's green, like on the side of her head, it's kind of black. It's like, yeah. So this is, you see her lips swole, the side of her face swole. Yeah. And this is, they're just showing like a bruise here. I believe her mother took this picture because this was the day when this was the day that he sent her the email to say that he was going to release the tapes of her having eggs with another man, with the escort, on Christmas. Who does that? For Christmas, I'm gonna give you a Christmas present. I'm going to leak the tapes, the blackmail tapes. Who does that? And then I'm going to release a series of tapes days following that if you don't come back here. And then you send an email to her mother to send you $20,000 to pay for everything that I did for Cassie. I saw a video today when he stole Cassie. Let's start there. She already had a manager when she came to him. I saw a video where she was sitting in a room with a bunch of high power executives with Puffy, and he was saying how, introducing them. Well, this is Cassandra. Now he's sitting way away from her. They're not dating. This is when she's just being signed. She looks like an ant in a room full of giants. You can tell she's a young, silly girl that has no clue as to what she is about to sign. And you got all these powerhouses, and they're sitting in a meeting with her. And so he already knew what he wanted to do in that meeting. Let's not get that messed up. I'm just saying, for everybody that keeps saying, oh, she could have did this, she wanted this because she wanted the lifestyle, she wanted this, she wanted to be a singer. She is a singer. She has a voice. She wanted to be an entertainer. She didn't want to be his girlfriend. She did not want to be his girlfriend. Her best friend said that a long time ago. He started giving her rules. First, he told her it was good for her career. It was best for her career that she not do this and that and be with her. She's 19 years old at the time. But they said he had been looking at her since she was 16. All right, let's go. So, Ms. Johnson says, okay, Ms. Gavin, could you please pull up and publish for the courtroom government exhibits 10C-103 at 33 seconds? Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the screen in front of you, do you recognize who's depicted in that still image? Yes, that's me and Sean. Do you recognize the location recorded in this still image? Yes, that's the Intercontinental Century City. What were you and Sean doing at the Intercontinental Century City at the time of this? At the time, they need to get it together with these transcripts. So many grammatical errors, so many. Of course, if he's found guilty, he's gonna appeal this case, and I know they're gonna be like, "What the heck?" All right. So anyway, what were you and Sean doing at the Intercontinental Century City at the time of this image was captured? At the time that this image was captured, that's what it should say. We were having an encounter that we call a freak off, and I was leaving there. We're going to get back to that specific incident later on. You just mentioned the word freak off. Do you recall that? Yes. Who introduced you to the term freak off? Sean did. And how did you learn what a freak off was? Within the first year of our relationship, Sean proposed to me this idea, this actual encounter that he called voyeurism, where he would watch me have relations and actual activity with a third party, specifically another man. And how did it come? How did the term freak off come about? I honestly don't remember exactly how it came about. Can you describe for the jury when you say the term freak off what that entails? It basically entails the hiring of an escort and setting up this experience so that I can perform for Sean. She talks very to me like she's stuck in an era. In that era, like she's still like this young girl. Like you're gonna hear her. It's like it's very to me. It's like very robotic. I don't know. Y'all can tell me what y'all hear in the comments. What you guys are interpreting. But like this guy was basically her PIMP. All right. So Allie says it's not just that easy to leave when you are in that situation. I've been there. You can't just leave. It's more complicated than that. Sorry about that, Allie. And I do know, like I said, happened to me one time, but it was just the way my mother brought us up saved me so many times. So it was the first time, one time for me, and it was not a good time. It was horrible, and I left the first time. Like, yeah, I can't, I couldn't like it because it came from nowhere. Like, what the heck are you doing? And then to say my son did that to me, it was just crazy. I couldn't do it, but and a lot of women aren't as strong as I am, and a lot of women don't, you don't want to tell your family you're going through that, and a lot of women don't. It's just a lot. It is a lot. But the one time that it happened to me, let me tell you, I don't wish that on anybody. Anybody. Yeah. And especially when it comes from nowhere and you don't know that it's coming. It's just like people don't understand, but some people don't make it out. Some people, they are unalived. So either they unalive the abuser or the abused, or the abused person gets tired and unalives the abuser. And so, and the fact that you never reported it, it's like, okay, but you didn't say anything now. And so, yeah, now you're going, you're going to jail because you didn't say, very rarely do they, when when the abuse unalives the abuser, they get off in some cases, but it's like very rare. If you have nobody, you're somebody that just, you don't want to tell anybody that because you're embarrassed, you hold it to yourself. Yeah, You don't have anybody, so nobody in your family, so nobody knows. So you don't have anybody to corroborate your story. And so yeah, they don't believe you. And like I said, it goes both ways. I have a subscriber, a supporter. She's not here yet. I'm sure she's going to pull up. She has this going up above her head right now. She said it's the woman that is abusing the man. And I always tell people everything goes both ways. It's not just about a woman and a men, abusing women. It goes both ways. It happens. So, all right, let's get right back into this. So, okay, so and what did the performance involve at a high level? The performance involved, I'm sorry, um, it just involved watching Sean being able to watch me with the other person and actually direct us on what we were doing actually. And when you say the other person, who are you referring to? The third party, the escort or dancer that would be hired. Who was in charge of all the aspects of the freak offs you mentioned, the hiring, the setup, etc.? Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much, to where I knew if that is something that he wanted to do, I had the contacts to set it up and get a hotel room and all of that. But in the beginning, Sean set it up. He was in charge. Why do y'all think that he transferred the responsibility to her? Why do people think that? Exactly what they're trying to say now. She's the one that wanted it. She's the one that set these things up. She's the one that paid the people. But what they forgot was, how is she paying the people? He's not given the approval to release any of her music. You will not let her. Let me tell you something. Before, there is a witness coming up, Cassie's best friend. She's coming up, and I'll see. Cassie was modeling. And when I tell you, y'all know I gave y'all the story yesterday. I'm not getting back into my story. So, what for modeling, probably on the level where Cassie was, she was making like $1 million a year. People don't understand, these models get paid a lot of money when you do campaigns, especially for a high-end fashion. Those you make somebody's paycheck just for working one day. Sometimes some campaigns, some people make people's salary. It seems like it's crazy. It's not, because the high-end fashion designers, like that is in Nordstrom's and Macy's and all that other stuff, and Barney's in New York, like whatever type of labels, Balenciaga, all that type of, all that, MCM, all those the stuff that costs, they're gonna make that back in millions. So what is paying you, somebody that already has a brand of your own? What is it to pay them to pay you, especially if you have a big enough following? What is it to pay you $20,000, $25,000 for a campaign? It's nothing. It's nothing to these companies. So they will never be doing like any, modeling for any low budget company. Like, she's just not. So she was making millions of dollars when she met Sean because she was modeling first. So let's just, for the people that's saying that it was because of the money, she had her own money. He made sure that he stripped her of all that, so that everything that she needed, she had to depend on him for it. Yeah, people don't hear me though. All right, let's go, because I just get tired of it. Like, yeah, come on now. Use your brain. This is Pimpology 101. This dude was pimping men in the music industry. Did they see the interview on Drink Champs when he was trying to pursue Fabulous? And Fabulous was sitting there looking like he just saw the ghost of death, like shaking, sitting there. He's like, well, why did you leave? Me and you ain't party yet. He said, I was at the party. We party. He said, we party, but we ain't party. He was like, oh, yeah, I know. He said, I had to go to the bathroom. He's like, yeah, but you didn't come back. He said, yeah, I know, I left. Fabulous said, oh, no. Oh, no. I heard about you, bro. No, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Fabulous was like, pew, he ain't never come back. And Diddy confronted him on drink chats. What? How did you people allow him to come? Like Noriega, I would have told him to. I don't care who he is. Get off my show. Stop calling me daddy. That's not my name. I'm a grown man. Why are you calling me daddy? Yeah, y'all keep letting this ninja disrespect y'all, letting him call y'all daddy. What? You know you deserve it, daddy. Meek Mills, come on now. Okay, so and when you say the other person, who are you referring to? The third party, the escort or dancer that would be hired. Who was in charge of all the aspects of the freak offs you mentioned, the hiring, the setup, etc.? Oh, that's what she said. We read that already. Okay. So and after it became your job, how did you know what to do? He would tell me. So when Sean first proposed freak offs, what was your reaction? Oh, I just remember like my stomach falling to my butt. Like you see how she's like just the nervousness and the confusion in that moment. I think I was 22 at the time. I had just turned 22. I didn't have a concept of how that would be a turn on, but I also felt a sense of responsibility with him sharing something like that with me. So yeah, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much and wanted to make him happy. So yeah. Did you agree to try a freak off when Sean first proposed one? I did. After that, were there more freak offs? Yes, there were. How, if at all, did your willingness to engage in freak offs with Sean change over time? I mean, pretty quickly over time. I knew that it wasn't something that I wanted to be doing, especially as regularly as it became. But again, I was just in love and wanted to make him happy. Well, despite not wanting to do freak offs, did you continue to engage in freak offs with Sean? I did. And why did you continue to engage in freak offs with Sean? He would ask me, he would bring it up at random times. And I think to a point, I just feel like I had much of a choice. I should say I didn't have, I had much of a choice. So that's what it says. But okay. I didn't really know what what no would be or what no could turn into. When you say you didn't know what no could turn into, what do you mean by that? Making him angry, very honestly, also making him uncomfortable that I knew this thing and that I no longer wanted to do it. Can you repeat the question? Sure. You said that you didn't know what no could turn into, and I asked you if you could explain what you meant by that phrase. Ultimately, at that point, Sean controlled a lot of my life, whether it was career, the way I dress, like everything. And I just didn't feel like I had much say in it at the time, being like really super young, naive, total people pleaser. Yeah, I didn't know if he would be upset enough to be violent or if he would write me off and just not want to be with me at all. What, if anything, were you afraid would happen if you said no to a freak off? Well, over time, it turned into the fact that there were actually blackmail materials to basically make me feel like if I didn't do it, that it would be hung over my head in that way, or that these things would become public. I experienced violence with him before that. The abuse had started before that, so obviously, in the back of my mind, and Miss Ventura, when you said that the blackmail materials would be hung over your head, what, if anything, were you afraid Mr. Combs, Sean, would do with the blackmail materials? Release them, put them out on the internet. He had many resources to do that. So, and you mentioned that at this point, violence had started. What, if anything, were you afraid would happen physically if you refused to do a freak off? I mean, it was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him, but it's Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment like what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I just didn't know what would happen. Miss Ventura, just to clarify one thing you said you called something blackmail materials. What were you referring to? Referring to actual videos and photos of the actual encounters, the the mail worker. I forgot that YouTube had flagged my description yesterday for putting this E word in here. So I'm going to change it now to mail worker. But we all know that those are the workers he hired to have X with Cassie. All right. So be clear, that's the freak offs you mentioned earlier. Yes. Okay. And who was depicted in those videos and photos with the male workers? Me, Sean is in some of the videos. Yeah. Okay. We're going to get back to this, but first I would like to direct your attention to approximately December of 2023. What, if any, items did you provide to the government? I gave them broken laptops, iPads, phones, things that no longer work, but I kept because I didn't know what was on them. And what was the approximate time period that these broken electronic devices were from? It was around the time period of being in a relationship with Sean. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You may. Miss Ventura, I've handed you what's been marked for identification as GXB. Do you recognize that I've handed to you? Yes. Have you reviewed the content of that drive? I have. At a high level, what's on that drive? Different communications and documents pertaining to this trial. Are those communications and documents from the electronic devices we just discussed? Yes. And did you also review photographs that are contained on that drive? Yes. Are those photographs also from the electronic devices we just discussed? Yes. And how do you know that the drive I just handed you is the drive that you reviewed before this trial? Because my initials are on here. Did you initial the drive after you reviewed it? I did. Your Honor, at this time, the government is going to offer some of the materials on that drive. We will offer the exhibits B-101 through B-112, B-201 through B-209, B-301 through B-313, B-315 and 316. I'm sorry, B315 through 320, B400A through B402, B500A through B503, and B600A through B608, and all subdivisions thereof. Any objection? Subject to connection, no objection. All right, they will be admitted. So the government exhibits B101 through B112, all of the numbers that I just read was received in evidence. Okay, so Miss Gavin, can you pull please pull what? Miss Gavin, can you please pull up what is in evidence as government exhibit B105? They need to get it together. This is crazy. Miss Ventura, who is depicted in government exhibit B105? That's me and Carrie Morgan. With respect to when you first met Sean, is this photograph taken before or after you first met Sean? It might have been taken after, but really close to. Okay. Approximately what year is this photograph, if you recall? I feel like this photo is probably around 2004. Who is Carrie Morgan? She was my best friend at the time. At the time this photograph was taken, where were you living? I was living in New York City. And at the time this photograph was taken, what were you doing for work? I was modeling. Miss Gavin, you can take that photograph down. Miss Ventura, besides modeling, what, if anything, were you doing in the music industry around the same time? Around the same time, I really wasn't doing too much with the music industry. I had recorded a few songs with the producer I was working with and in a relationship with. Yeah, it was really new for me at that point. And that's so that was also her boyfriend. So that is the producer that was sitting there with her during this meeting that I saw a video that was just somebody that they resurfaced, they put out again today. And so you still, not only did you still have the talent, you also stole a child. Diddy is diabolical. Whoa, that is crazy. Yeah, it was really new for me at that point. Did there come a time when you released songs that you recorded? Yes. Did there also come a time when you signed a contract with Bad Boy Records? Yes. Approximately what month and year did you sign that contract? I believe it was in January or February of 2006. What affiliation, if any, did Sean have with Bad Boy Records? He ran the company. Before you met Sean, what did you know about him? I just knew that he was this larger than life entrepreneur, musician. I was a fan of the music. I didn't know too much about him personally. And you mentioned that you signed that contract in around the beginning of 2006. How old were you at that time? At that time, I believe I was 19. And at a high level, what were the terms of that record contract you signed about Bad Boy? It was a 10 album deal. So yeah, she released one album, y'all. 2006. It's 2000 and he got locked up in 2024. Okay, so I think she left him in 2018. She made one damn album. He released one album. It's me and you now. I don't know none of how the other songs are. But anywho, did you release an album? I did an album. Yeah. Approximately when did you release an album? Later that year in 2006 in August. After August 2006, did you release any other albums? No. After you were signed to Bad Boy, can you please describe your professional relationship with Sean? After I signed to Bad Boy, it was still a platonic relationship. He looked out for me. I had some rough performances, so he had my back through that. Yeah. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up and publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit B-102 and B-103 side by side, if possible? Miss Ventura, directing your attention first to B-102 on the left side, who is depicted in that photograph? That's me and Sean. And what's the occasion for that photograph, if you remember? I remember it being the CFDA Awards in New York. And relative to your signing of the record contract, when is this photograph taken? Sometime later that year, I would say around 2006. Yes. Okay, so directing your attention now to photograph on the right, Government Exhibit B-103, who is depicted in that photograph? From left is Kim Porter, Sean, me, and Sherry Dennis. What's the occasion where this photograph is taken? It's the 2006 BET Awards. Okay, who is Kim Porter? Kim Porter was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. Sorry. Miss Gavin, you can take those down. Besides the photographs I just displayed, Government Exhibits B-102 and B-103. If you're coming in and you have to leave, please hit the like or dislike button for engagement over here on YouTube. Just in case you have to run. It's a free way to support the show. And it will push my video out into the algorithm. Thank you so much, and thank you for clicking in. So, when, if ever, did you see Sean in other social settings around 2006? We used to kind of hang out with the same group of people in New York, so we would see each other out here and there at clubs. But that was pretty much it. How frequently will you see Sean out at clubs in New York? Maybe like once a month, once every couple months. Okay, directing your attention to your 21st birthday. Did you turn 21 in August of 2007? Yes. Where did you celebrate your 21st birthday? In Las Vegas? Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up and publish what's in evidence as B-104? Ms. Ventura, what's depicted in Government Exhibit B-104? That is Kerry Morgan, Alize Roshi, Sean, and myself. And we're on the outside patio in his room in Las Vegas on that trip. When you say that trip, which trip to Las Vegas are you referring to? 21st birthday at the VMAs. When you say at the VMAs, can you explain what you meant of the VMAs? That was the event that was going on that weekend, the MTV Video Music Awards. And what, if anything, happened between you and Sean while you were in Las Vegas for your 21st birthday? A lot of different things happened, but he kissed me in the bathroom of in the bathroom of this actual suite pretty early in the morning. We had been up, all of us, pretty late. What was your reaction to Sean kissing you in the bathroom? I think I was just really confused at the time. Again, young new artists like just didn't really know the lay of the land when it came to things like that. So in my confusion, just kind of cried and ran out. I guess some people didn't see this. All right, I digress. Let's move on. All right. So when you say you were a new artist, who did not know the lay of the land? What did you mean by that? I just wasn't familiar with having an executive or anybody pay attention to me in that way and be that forward at that point. I just didn't really understand it. I was pretty naive, I would say. When you say that way, can you clarify what you mean by that way? In a more than friends way, in a actual way, romantic way. And at this time, at your 21st birthday, what was your professional relationship with Sean again? I was signed to his label. And what happened after Sean kissed you in the bathroom? I just remember running out and headed back to my hotel. I think I told Carrie about it at the time, but I didn't really share it with anyone. Did you want to kiss Sean at your 21st birthday? No, not at my 21st birthday. After your 21st birthday in Las Vegas, how, if at all, was your relationship with Sean different? When we got back to New York, I would just visit with him. He would invite me over to his hotel. I think his apartment at the time was getting renovated. So I went to see him a handful of times. Which hotel did you go to see Sean at? The Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle is the one that I remember specifically. At the time after your 21st birthday, what, if anything, were you doing with your music career? I was trying just to continue to go to the next album, continue recording, come up with a concept. Were you recording another album at the time? Yes. What influence, if any, did Sean have on your music career at this time? At this time, I mean, he called most of the shots. Well, all of the shots. If I had a new record, I would have to come play it for him. He chose what was next for me, basically. Before we talk about the hotel, what is the age difference, if any, between you and Sean? 17 years. And when Sean invited you to the hotel after your 21st birthday, what was your reaction to that invitation? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again? Of course. You testified earlier that after your 21st birthday, Sean invited you to hang out with him at hotels in New York. Is that right? Yes. How did you feel when Sean invited you to those hotels? I mean, initially a bit of nervousness, and then just being a young artist, like excitement, of course, like, okay, we're going to go talk about music or we're going to talk about what's next. Yeah, I think it's a lot in that time period that's kind of hazy because it was a while ago, but just nervous excitement. At the meetings in the hotel rooms, what, if anything, did you talk about music? Talked about upcoming projects or the actual next album and other things. We started to develop a more comfortable relationship with each other. And what else, if anything, happened at those meetings at the hotels? I remember being introduced to the idea of oral pleasure. It wasn't something that I really understood or did at that point, and he basically taught me how. Hold on a minute. I just need to get me a little drink. I'm reading all of this stuff, but let's continue. Let me just put this up here so anybody coming in that is not a subscriber, hit the subscribe and hit the like button. Thank you very much. We're so close to our goal of 4K, and I would appreciate if you can help us get here. And the people on X, if you can come over here, there should be a link in the chat over there to just click on. It'll bring you directly to this video. You can just hit the like button. Subscribe button is right next to it, and then you can go back and watch on Twitter if you like. That would be so helpful for me, and I would thank and appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much. Let's get right back into it. And so when you say he basically taught you how, who is the he in that sentence? Sean. When you say you were introduced to oral pleasure, who introduced you? Sean. How did he introduce you to oral? He gave me oral. Wait, let me just put the trigger warning back up here so y'all. I couldn't even. I thought it was going to. Sorry, y'all. Did you reciprocate the oral? I did not. I went home and I heard about it from him. When you say you heard about it from him, can you tell me more about that? He just kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating at that time. Just didn't understand that kind of actual relationship. I also was still in a relationship with someone else. When you say you didn't understand that kind of an actual relationship, can you tell me more about what you mean by that? I was just so young. I didn't have even the vocabulary for some of the things that we talked about. Like I was just trying to understand it, just completely actual, inexperienced at that point. And around the same time, in addition to performing oral on you, were there ever any occasions where you performed oral on Sean? Later on, yeah. What was your reaction to the hotel room visits with Sean? I think it was the nervous excitement that I say. It also just made me feel sneaky. I didn't know. I was curious, but of course ended up there and wanted to be like around him. So that was just kind of, it was like, okay, I'm here. Leaving leaving, it was just always confusing because I really didn't know what I felt like I don't know that I knew that I was making decisions for myself or not. I feel like it was just like, here I am. I don't know how to explain that. Young and inexperienced, that's how you explain that. Young and inexperienced and not knowing what you're getting into with a somebody 17 years older than you. You're young, you don't even have experience with oral relations, and this is supposed to be a working relationship. She was with somebody else, but yet this ninja started grooming her. This is what you call grooming. He's grooming her. For all those people that don't understand what that, go look up grooming. People that don't understand, go look up what grooming is. Don't just read the information, just pull up some research on what grooming is and how creeps groom young women into the lifestyle that he groomed her into by holding a 10 album record deal over her head and only releasing one album. Um so you said you wanted to be around him. Why did you want to be around Sean? I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as like everyone else at the time. It's just this exciting, entertaining, fun guy. I had also happened to have my career in his hands. But yeah, I just wanted to spend time. It felt special because not a lot of people got that kind of time with him. Around the same time, did you also take a trip to meet Sean in Miami? I did. What were the circumstances of meeting Sean in Miami? The circumstances were that I didn't have a party to host in Miami, but wanted to spend that weekend together. And so came up with the flyer that said I was hosting a party at a club in the beach area, Miami Beach area. When you talk about hosting a party, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that? Yeah, as an artist to make extra money, sometimes you're asked to host events at different clubs, sometimes to perform, and that would have fallen in line with me going to a club and making money for just showing up. And you mentioned a flyer. Who made that flyer? I don't know exactly who made the flyer, but somebody that we knew that could create it. Did you make the flyer? I did not make the flyer, no. Was the flyer advertising an actual club hosting for you? No. Besides yourself and Sean, who else in Miami with you? Who else was in Miami with you? I was there with Kerry Morgan and Dallas Austin later, but met us down there. Who is Dallas Austin? He is a producer, musician, and a friend. Kerry Morgan is the individual in the photograph we saw earlier. Yes. What, if anything, did you and Sean do together on this trip? Together, this trip was the first time we had actual relations with each other. He rented a boat. I was the first to get there. We just spent some time together, and yeah. And you had testified earlier that at some point after the hotel visits, you had given Sean oral. Do you remember that? Uh-huh. Was that prior to Miami? I don't think so. I think it happened there. I'm pretty sure. Everything kind of happened that weekend. Prior to having X on the boat, what were you doing on the boat? Just riding on the boat? What, if any, alcohol were you drinking? Drinking wine during the day and then later that night started to take drugs. What drugs did you take? On that trip, it was ecstasy. It was a blue dolphin ecstasy pill. Can you explain what you mean by a blue dolphin ecstasy pill? Ecstasy used to, I don't know how it is now, but came as a pressed pill with a little symbol on it. So these had dolphins. Who gave you the ecstasy that you took on the boat in Miami? Sean did. Prior to this Miami trip, had you taken ecstasy before? No. Had you ever taken ecstasy unintentionally before? Yes. What happened at that time? I just was out of it with friends, laughing, didn't know what it was until a little bit later. And when you say you had unintentionally taken ecstasy, how did you unintentionally take it? I took it out of someone else's Gatorade bottle, just drinking Gatorade, but it had drugs in it. But I didn't know. This was before Miami. This was before Miami. Yeah. Prior to hanging out with Sean Moore, what, if any, drugs did you use? I smoked marijuana and I drink wine, and yeah. On this Miami trip, when you took ecstasy intentionally for the first time, how did it make you feel? It's totally euphoric. It's an experience of something called rolling where you're just really in the high. So you're super high. You're sensitive to touch. You're just sensitive to all your different senses. Miss Gavin, could you please pull up and publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit B107 and B108 side by side? Miss Ventura, starting with the photograph on the left. B107, do you recognize who was depicted in that photo? Yes, that's me and Sean on the boat in Miami. And is this the boat you just described being on? Yes. And turning to the next photograph, B108, do you recognize who's depicted in that exhibit? Yes, that's Sean and me sitting down, same boat. Miss Johnson, Miss Gavin, you can take those exhibits down now. After the Miami trip, what was the status of your relationship with Sean? I would say we were just together. We spent a lot of time with each other after that. Now I know in hindsight, but I had become like one of his girlfriends after that trip. He didn't even know he was his girl. He was one of his girlfriends. Child. When you say you know in hindsight, what do you know in hindsight? That Sean Combs had many girlfriends. At the time, what did you know? At the time, I don't know. Can't say naive enough. I knew that we were spending a lot of time together one on one and really felt, yeah, like we're in a monogamous relationship for a period. After the Miami trip, was it public that you were dating Sean? No, not for many years after that. Why was it not public for many years? It was always just a discussion of me being his artist and just not wanting it to look bad. But I also know it was because of his family and his children and other things, personal things for him. What are those other personal things, if you know? His family, yeah, just it was always something I understood. Around the same time, who, if anyone, was publicly linked to Sean romantically? Around this time, I believe it was Kim, but I think she had also just moved away around that time. When you say Kim, are you referring to Kim Porter? Yes. After you started dating Sean, what changes, if any, did you eventually make in your career management? Well, my management at that time was also managing the other producer and or boyfriend that I was with, and just looked at that as a major conflict of interest at that point. And yeah, I was basically just trusted that we were going to find new people. And when you say you trusted that we were going to find new people, who was the we in that sentence? Sean and I. To be clear, did you break ties with your old management after you started dating Sean? I did. Yeah. After Miami, how did your relationship with Sean evolve? After Miami, we really just, at least from my own side of things, I really fell in love with him. I traveled with him everywhere. I was in studio. I was just like a little shadow for a little while. You were a shadow to whom? To Sean. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. It was just kind of like it's my first real adult relationship, at least what I thought it was. And it was different. So different than anything as you can imagine. His lifestyle was much different than mine. How long did you feel this way about your relationship that you described being this? Strike that. You said that Sean's lifestyle was different. Can you explain what you mean by that? I mean, he had assistants at his beck and call. He could get anything done quickly. He had respect from everyone. He traveled quite a bit. So he was, moving around a lot. Miss Gavin, could you please pull up and publish Government Exhibit B112? Miss Ventura, do you recognize who's depicted in Government Exhibit B112? Yeah, that's me and Sean. What's the occasion when this photograph was taken, if you remember? This was at a strip club in New York. I'm not sure which one, but it was on Halloween. And what year? I would say this was probably 2007 or 8, 7, and Halloween 2007. Is that shortly after the Miami trip? Yeah, yes. If you can pull that down, Ms. Gavin, and pull up exhibit B106 and B109, both in evidence side by side, please. Ms. Ventura, we're starting with the photograph on the left, B106. Who's depicted in B106? That's Sean and myself. And where are you? Where are you? We're in the back of his car, probably driving to the Hamptons or something. Approximately what time period is this photograph from? This is in the first year of us dating, like within that first few months. And turning to the photograph on the right, B109, again, who is depicted in that photograph? Showing myself in the back of the car. Is that the same car? Yes. And what's the approximate time period that this photograph was taken? It was around the same time. In the beginning of your relationship. In the beginning of your relationship? Yeah. Miss Ventura, how did you feel about Sean around this time in the beginning of your relationship? I think I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point. How long did you feel that way about Sean? I don't know exactly how long. It was off and on for many years. Yeah. How, if at all, did your relationship change over time? I mean, over time, you get more comfortable with somebody, obviously, but I began to just experience a different side of him, which was his abusive side and his side that just was very controlling over my life and the things that I wanted to do. But there was still love there. Miss Gavin, you can take these exhibits down. Miss Ventura, you mentioned a side of Sean that wanted control over your life. Can you explain to me what you mean by that? Being an artist at that time, everything moved really quickly for me, and I don't know. There was just no way of keeping up with what was happening. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Sure. You had mentioned that one thing that changed about your relationship over time was Sean wanting to have control over your life. I just wanted to ask you what that meant when you said control over your life. Control was everything from the way that I looked to what I was cooking, the way that I looked to what I was working on that day, who I was speaking to. Control was kind of like an all around thing to a certain point. How often did you talk to Sean in a typical day while you were dating? All day throughout the day. How did you two communicate? Text, mostly calls? Text mostly, calls. What about phone calls? Phone calls for sure. And when it became a thing, did you FaceTime? Yes. Were there times when you did not answer Sean's messages or phone calls right away? Yeah. What happened when you didn't answer his messages or phone calls right away? He's a bit of an incessant caller, or would have staff, his assistants, security, somebody continue to call until you answered or until he found you. Child, listen. That's that control stuff. Listen, you know, you see how he got everybody involved, the security, the assistants, staff, everybody calling her because she ain't answer the phone. You can't make this stuff up. All right. When you say incessant caller, what do you mean by that? If there's no answer, you just keep going. Will he do the same thing with text messages? Yes, that's just his nature. You mentioned that assistants and security will reach out until they found you. Correct. What did you mean by until they found you? Until they heard from you and knew where you were and could tell them. What's up, Lenali? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are just getting started. This is Cassie Ventura on the stand. There is I forgot let me put my trigger warning back up because some of this stuff, champ. Don't forget to hit the like button, Lenali. Don't forget to hit the like button. All right, were there times when Sean's staff located you in person? Yes. How, if at all, did Sean's mood vary from day to day? It varied depending on what was going on. How did his mood vary? I mean, it could change at the drop of a conversation, a bad conversation that had nothing to do with. It just swung different ways. I didn't catch that last part that you said. Could you repeat it? I said it swung different. Thank you. I said it swung different ways quite a bit. When it swung, could you describe the different moods that you experienced? Yeah. I mean, agitation, kind of zoning out if he was passionate about a subject. He would just be really focused. Yeah. Anger. How, if at all, did Sean's moods impact you? I felt like they impacted me pretty greatly. It got to a point where this is me speaking for myself, but like, how to handle certain people, when to speak to them, when to approach them. Like that is timing or what you say, how you present something just in order to make sure the person doesn't become upset with you or, yeah, change their demeanor with you. Do you have an example of Sean's mood impacted you? I mean, the most complicated and greatest examples are the abuse because, like, I also felt at certain times when I knew that it wasn't even about me, and yeah, like make the wrong face, and the next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. It was, when you say the abuse, what abuse are you talking about? Physical abuse in a relationship, but there's also psychological. There's a lot of things going on. You said something about making the wrong face. Can you explain what you meant by that? If I wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, what? If she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted? Oh. If I just looked a certain way that he didn't like, maybe I was a brat or something, like he would let me know I need to fix my face or watch my mouth. That was like those were things that were said in the relationship quite often. Fix your face, watch your mouth, or you have a slick mouth. You also mentioned psychological abuse. Can you describe what you meant by psychological abuse? That's pretty deep. I mean, psychological, just every day not knowing who he was going to be when we woke up that day. The entire relationship, I didn't live with him. So we had time apart, and usually it was just like I always had to be doing something. I don't know if that makes sense. I had what you would call like busy work. I need to make sure I knew what songs I was recording, what things were coming up, and then have to like list them out, or I wasn't amounting to anything in my life. So it was a lot. I mean, psychological is an everyday thing, somebody constantly telling you who to be. When you say someone constantly telling you who to be, are you referring to anyone in particular? I'm referring to Sean. You mentioned you always had to be doing something. Yeah. Who, if anyone, would check in on you about what you were doing? He would. He would check in. But I also worked with his engineers and all of his people. So everybody was pretty much in tune with everything I was doing. When you say his engineers and his people, are you talking about people who work with who you work with in the studio? Studio staff? Yep. You also mentioned making lists of songs. Did you recall that? Yes. Who, if anyone, would you give those lists to? I would give it to him, like an engineer or the writer, but he would have a list. He knew what I was doing at the studio. Sean, what was the purpose of giving those lists to Sean? That I was completing what I was supposed to be doing. That songs were getting done. And yeah, it's my busy work. When you say busy work, can you describe what you mean by busy work? Work that just kept me busy mainly because a lot of the things I did didn't actually come out, be it music or whatever. I think busy work was just the way I interpreted it. It was just control. It was just control over what I was doing every minute of the day. You said some things didn't come out, whether it was music or whatever. Can you tell me what whatever might be? What up? What up? What up? For always. Thank you for coming. Shout out to you. Hey, Adam, filter dolls and reactions. Doll reaction and dolls. Okay, so can you tell me what whatever might be music? Music wouldn't come out, but I also would get a lot of opportunities that would come through that I wouldn't. I was told not to participate in, be it a modeling campaign, which was something that I actually did before music, or a runway show. There are things that I just had to say no to. And who told you not to participate in those opportunities? Sean advised. Well, we'll get back to that in a few minutes. Were there times in your relationship when you ignored Sean? Yes. What happened in a relationship when you ignored Sean? I mean, if I ignored him, he would call constantly, which I said. I usually didn't live too far, so it was easy to send someone to just come see if I was home. But it was definitely a not stop until you find me thing. And you mentioned sending someone to see if you were home. Who typically would be sent on that task? Oh, from Unfiltered Doll Reaction and Dolls. It's fine. That's a channel. Yeah. All right. It's fine. Okay. So and you mentioned sending someone to see if you were home. Who typically would be sent on that task? Usually security would be sent on that task, but maybe like a trusted assistant or something. And can you describe for the jury whose Sean security would be, like specifically? Just that what were their roles? I mean, security protecting him kept an eye on me. How often was security? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's okay. I was trying to understand your question more, I think. Understood. How often was security around Sean? Oh, all the time, 24/7 security. When you say trusted assistant, whose assistant are you referring to? Hey, for always. I tell the people you was coming over. I said for always is going. Well, I was telling them about. We were talking about domestic violence, and I was telling them, a supporter of mine. So I said she's going to pop in. Sometime today. I know how the difference that you are experiencing the DV um, with the people that live upstairs from you, and it's the woman that is the abuser. So I was like, yeah, she'll be here. She's probably gonna pop in, but yeah, I was just telling them about that because we were talking about that before. I started reading. So I always know you pop in when you can, and well, always. I don't think you've ever missed a live over here unless you somewhere else, unless Cat is on. But I always thank you so much for all of your support. Always, thank you. Um, so when you say trusted assistant, whose assistant are you referring to? Sean's assistant. What are some of the names of the security? Uh-oh. Who worked for Sean during the time that you two were dating? There was D-Rock. I think if D-Rock don't testify, he's gonna be a co-conspirator. Conspirator. Bonds is questionable to me. Like I'm kind of like I don't know. I want to see if he's gonna testify because he didn't testify yet. But I want to see if he is going to testify. Uncle Paulie, I think he's going to definitely be a co-conspirator. Uncle Paulie is a mess. Wait till we get to that. Child. Fahim and Malik. I don't know those two security. I didn't hear. I heard them right here, but I just know that they just talked about Uncle Paulie recently, and it was not. He's the one that did the kidnapping. With the Diddy man. Hmm. And D Rock has come up a lot in this case, also. You said you ain't heard of. Well, wait, they was just talking about Uncle Paulie today. In today's, we're not on today, but in today's, yeah, from what I got from today's rundown, yeah, they were talking about oh no, that was, yeah, was he today too? Yeah, I want to say he was today too. Definitely yesterday. Was Captain? No, it was yesterday. She. I don't think she was back on the stand this morning. Yeah, but definitely yesterday in regards to kidnapping the assistant. So, child, I don't even know if they will offer. Well, I guess if they can give them more of what they want. I don't know if the feds try to offer them any type of deals. I can see Roger Bonds testifying because he's all over the internet, doing interviews. And if people see here, this is why you see she didn't mention Gene Deal. So I don't think that Gene Deal is testifying. He had just been talking. I don't think this court case covers the time that he was security for Diddy. And he said when he was on, that's why he has an issue with a YouTuber. This is the thing about sitting behind the YouTube monitor and being a gangster. D-Rock passed? I didn't know that. You know what? I want to say, so you said D-Rock passed. Wasn't Uncle Paulie, I don't want to get too far off track today, but I thought Uncle Paulie was the one that had got beat up and was in the hospital. I'm gonna have to go back now. I'm gonna be down the rabbit hole with this case because y'all want to go back. Because for some reason, I think Uncle Paulie, something had happened with him, but he was in the hospital, but he lived. I'm gonna go back. I gotta look at that. I think it was Uncle Paulie, but I didn't know that D-Rock passed away. Yeah, Gene Deal wasn't around during that time frame. So what I was about to say is, right, when you are a content creator on this YouTube platform and you play a lot of games with people, you're in the beef sector on here and you're doing a lot of stuff, you can get away with that stuff. But you can't come to New York acting crazy because it is not a good thing to do. It is not a safe thing to do. You cannot come over here. New Yorkers do not play at all. So there is a YouTuber that plays a lot of games on YouTube. And man, I don't know if y'all saw the videos, but he walked up on Gene Deal playing with that mess. Oh, Gene Deal was hot. Now, I saw somebody was saying, oh, Gene Deal wear orthopedic shoes now and he washed up. No, I saw Gene Deal in action playing the other day. I said, oh, well, dang. That he still got it. I mean, he may be moving, look like he's slouched over, but man, them hands, it's still quick. And this YouTuber, you better stop playing with people. So you just went to New York doing the same thing that you're doing when you're here on YouTube, and people are not playing with you. And now Gene Deal said, I'm waiting to see him again. See, you can't be doing that. That's why I don't want to be in no beef sector with nobody. I'm not in that beef sector mess. I like true crime. All that, it's not worth it because you could be playing with the wrong things. And you may have seen some people in life and got away with them not responding. But Gene Deal went in yesterday. I was like, oh, whoa. It's not. Did you see the video for Always? I'm never going to mention that content creator over here. Because I don't need him over here. As soon as you mention his name, he starts harassing people and stuff like that. He tried me, but not like that. What he does is it's subtle stuff. So what he did was one day he went under a video and left a message. So I'm like, how am I going to respond to this? Because I already knew that, I already know what's going on with him. And I'm not on here in the beef, sector. I cover true crime. I like the law. That's it. But when it's a certain story, it was a Naziah Harris story. Like, I had a lot of people, that would watch my videos about Naziah Harris. And he's somebody that watches everybody's numbers or something like that. For what? I don't know. So he left a comment. And I responded to the comment, and the same comment kept coming back, like comments you haven't responded to. So then YouTube, a message popped up and said, YouTube said, you have many duplicate messages, that something to the fact from this same person that says the same thing. Do you want us to delete them? And I just said, yeah, delete. So he sat there and put all these comments in the chat, and I just was like, not over here. I'm not even going to give you the time of day, because that's not what I don't come. But you go from platform to it doesn't make a difference. You go in other sectors just bothering people. And yesterday, Gene Deal gave him the business. He started with Tisa Tells too yesterday. And when they went back, Tisa Tells was getting with him, but when they went to court and get back and came out and she was giving a report, this guy walked up to him and was like, wait a minute, I heard somebody was giving you a problem. Where they at? Point him out. She was like, he not here right now. But, she was like, I already told them to keep him away from me. I'm like, why would you go there to start trouble with people? So now Gene Deal said yesterday, oh, yeah, I'm looking for him. I'm looking for him. Watch. He said, watch. He said, he said, yeah, you playing. He told him straight up, don't run up on me like that. And he's standing way over there. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. Gene said, run up on me and I'm knocking you out. Flat like that. You can't be playing with these people like that. Not New York. You can't even come to Jersey with that nonsense. Flat out. People don't play. So yeah, I just was like, oh man, you in New York, you supposed to be there covering the trial, and you into it with because it's the same thing on here. He gets mad at content creators. He wants all of the attention. Like, for what? Like, what is the problem? But yeah, Gene Deal was like, I was like, oh man, Gene Deal is gone. They think that Gene Deal is old. That man still got it. So then you know what you do? I'm going to tell you where to go to find the video. You can go on Storm Monroe's page. You'll find the video. You will actually see the video. He actually clipped a short version of it. It just came up in my live feed because I don't follow him either or watch him. Not for no particular reason. I was just never interested in that. So, but it came up in my feed and I just was like, oh, well, let me see what? No, New Jersey, you can't come yet. Certain person in New Jersey, man, the federal court in New Jersey is in Newark, New Jersey. You come to Newark, New Jersey with that foolishness, it'll be a wrap for you. Listen, a wrap, real quick. You can't be playing with people like that. Keep that keyboard gangster stuff behind the keyboard because everybody is not playing with you. That's why I say I don't get into it with content creators because some of these content creators take it too far, exposing people addresses and stuff and things like that. What do they call it? Doxing people and stuff like that. All of that stuff is crazy and it's for kids. It's not adult like, and I won't indulge in that because, like I said, if they can dox my address. I got 2 cousins that live here. They go by the name of Smith and Wesson. So stop. You can't be playing with everybody. You're not going to play with everybody. You can't. But yeah, anyway, that's what happened yesterday. But if you see the video, if you go and see the video, you'll see the video. It's a real brief video. You'll see the whole interaction. Like, it was crazy. And it was just like, he would make sure, you know what it is for him, it's content. And because Gene is a content creator now, like, Gene is on here about his money. He on here about his bread. Like, yeah, he was a Diddy's security. He saw things he didn't like. So yeah, he's been talking about it. But what happened yesterday was just content for this other content creator. This is content for you. So you think it's funny and you're recording like Gene saying that he gonna knock you out. He gonna put his probably on his channel for content. So it's content for him because everybody's gonna be talking about it. But I'm not even gonna. I normally don't even say, Gene. I don't have any issues with Gene or whatever, but I don't even normally say Gene name over here. But that content creator, I'll never say his name over here because he just messed with people just because. So anyway, let's get back into this. So yeah, I didn't hear about these other two people, Fahim and Malik, but I didn't know D-Rock passed away. He come up a lot, and that's suspicious for always. Do you put it in the chat if you know how, if they told you how he passed away? Because people be just going missing. Child, I didn't know that. Well, he all up and through here, and then Uncle Paulie is the number 2 person that's up and through here. I think I heard them talk about Roger Bonds maybe like about once or twice, but D-Rock and Uncle Paulie, oh yeah, they staples in this case. But I didn't know D-Rock was. Okay, so yeah, if you know how he did, just put it in the chat because I want to see, was he alive or did he go off a natural? I would like to know that. All right, so just a lot of people. Let me get back into this. So just for a lot of people, but those are the main ones I can remember. When you mentioned trusted assistant, who were you? Who were some of the trusted assistants? I mean, in the very beginning, it was David James. It just kind of changed over time. Christina Coram eventually. Woo, woo, woo. That's KK, baby. Now, do you think KK is going to testify? Or she going to become a co-conspirator? I think KK needs to come to court and testify. Christina Coram, listen, if they said that they're going to give you immunity, girl, you better come get that immunity because, baby, it ain't looking good for KK either. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'm looking at you gonna have me going down a rabbit hole. I'm gonna have to find out about that. But Christina Coram, KK, girl, did they offer you to come in and testify? Cause girl, you all up and through this case, girl. You like one of the main assistants that was really doing some stuff, girl. Ooh, child. Oh, okay. So Christina Coram, eventually, that's what she says. So Neil Dominic, he had a lot of different assistants. And I forgot who the assistant was that flipped on him the other day and testified for. Look, for always said, KK better testify. Listen, I'm telling you, KK better stop playing. KK, come on up in here, girl, and get your immunity. It ain't worth it, girl. It is not worth it. I wish I would be sitting somewhere for somebody that he wasn't even paying them. He owed them money. Child. People don't understand that that's part of the RICO too, right? Him not paying, that's a part of the RICO because they were working like 80 hours. It's unheard of. 80. The girl said she worked from 9 a.m. to 4. Wait, was it 9 a.m. to 4 a.m.? Some junk like that. It's going to come up in the paperwork. And she brought it to his attention and he balled the paperwork up and said he didn't care nothing about that. Labor laws, bruh. What are you talking about? This goes to your RICO case now. Oh, that assistant that testified about him yesterday just put the nail in the coffin. She banged it shut. And his stylist testified today. Oh my gosh. He put the coffin halfway in the ground today. That what? He said, I don't want to be here, but since they forced me to be here, this is what it is. I said, what names did he have for Cassie? He said, Cassie, Cece, Cassie, Cece, babe, Biatch, Garden 2, and what could I use for the S word, the SL? Y'all know. But that's the names that he had for her. I said, what the fuck? What? How would he use? He said, well, biatch was a common one. That's what he called her. Or he would say things like, you ain't nothing but a slut. I said, oh my goodness. He told this. stylist, because the stylist used to be with Cassie all the time. You can't be around her. You can't even go out no more. What? Then he said it got too much. They went to Vanity Fair. And when him and Cassie got there, Cassie heel was down. And he said, Puffy yoked him up by the suit and his feet was dangling. Didn't I tell you to pull her hair up? So he said he starts pinning her hair up and he was like, oh, you was right. It looked better down. What? Oh, the stylist? Yeah, I can tell by when they asked him some questions and he was just very sure about himself. So, but he still gave some slur. Okay, thank you. No, slur is for, okay, I did slur. It wasn't slur. It's SLUT. Let me see. Gut. Just take the G off and put an SL in front of it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what he calls it. Child. That's terrible. So, but I'm just saying, Christina, come to the courtroom. Come to the courtroom, baby. Don't do no time for this man, girl. Come to the courtroom, girl. Neil Dominic. So, and we'll get back to some of those folks. So he says, when you said security kept an eye on you, what did you mean by that? I mean, they could easily just come over and see if I was home or not. It wasn't really a secret. Yeah. Does that make sense? Was your relationship with Sean always exclusive? No. Were there times where you saw other men? Yes. Were there times where he saw other women? Yes. How did you feel about Sean seeing other women? I was insanely jealous, but also super young. Didn't get it at all, but I was definitely, young and jealous. When you say you didn't get it, what didn't you get? I didn't get that he was him, as he would say, I'm Puff Daddy. And Puff Daddy has many women where, he likes the company of women. And I had to just really learn that over time, despite what he would tell me, just between us. I couldn't find a word for it either. I'm trying to glut. She's a glut. I guess. When you say despite what he would tell you, what do you mean? He made me feel like we were in a monogamous relationship more often than not. It was more figuring out that I wasn't in a monogamous relationship. And how did he make you feel like you were in a monogamous relationship? I mean, he expected that of me, so I assumed that it was the same. But he definitely would say, like, I'm not dealing with anyone else, or it's just us. And when he would say, I'm not dealing with anyone else, was that true? It could have been sometimes, and then other times, no. In what city did you live when you first started dating Sean? I lived in New York. And after you started dating Sean, in what part of the city did you eventually move to? I eventually lived on West End, around 60th and West End. What were the circumstances of you moving to 60th and West End? It was a gift, actually, for my birthday. And I remember on my birthday, Sean taking me and my parents up there to show them it wasn't far from his house like all of the other houses. Where does Sean live in relation to the Western apartment? He was like 56 in Broadway at the time. So not far. That's a good word. Who paid the rent for the apartment on West Side? Sean did. Besides New York, where else and what other cities did you live while you were dating Sean? Los Angeles. I occasionally were in Miami, but I really didn't live there. Los Angeles and New York. Did you eventually move full time from New York to Los Angeles? Yeah. And what led you to move? Yeah, I did. I congratulated her at the beginning of the show. Yeah, Cassie had a baby boy. I'm so happy for her. I'm glad. And did you hear they're trying to? The defense is playing so dirty. They're trying to say that they may need to recall her as a witness. It just let me just keep reading. I can't. It is just too much, and you know that is all Puffy that's doing that. Is that his attorneys are doing what he wants them to do, and that's him. Like, it reminds me of Darryl Brooks when he thought that he was going to use the courts to harass his girlfriend just one last time, just to try to put fear in her just one last time. Crazy. Um, what led you to move to LA? After spending quite a bit of one-on-one time, I knew he really wanted to be closer to his kids, so that was ultimately the move he wanted to make, was to be closer to them in LA. Although I wasn't ready to move out of New York, I followed him. I went. So why did you move? I moved because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Um, and when you said, yeah, and when you said Sean wanted to be closer to his kids, where did his kids live at that time? His kids lived in California, or some of them, yeah. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up for identification for the court and the parties only government exhibits 2B101 and 2B102 side by side? Miss Ventura, do you recognize what's depicted in 2B101 and 2B102? Yes. This is one of the houses that Sean rented while in LA. How do you recognize this house? I spent a lot of time there. I had my 26th birthday there. Are these fair and accurate photos of one of the houses Sean rented in LA? Yes. The government offers government exhibit 2B101 and 2B102. No objection. They'll be admitted. Miss Gavin, can you please publish for the jury those two exhibits? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to the photograph on the left, 2B101, which side of the house is depicted, the front or the back? This is the back side of the house with respect to the 3 floors that you can see. On which floor is the front entrance of this house? With respect to the 3 floors that you can see, on which floor is the front entrance of this house? The front entrance is at the very top where there's like a clear glass. It's not lit up from the inside. And what floor is Sean's bedroom on in this particular house? Is on the same floor. So the rounded part in the middle is the bathroom, and then all the way to the left is the bedroom. And that's that top floor you're referencing. Yes. You can take that down, Miss Gavin. If that is, oh wow. I didn't even see that. If that is the mansion that they showed, oh my gosh, that thing is made of like, oh, why did I do that? I didn't know that was going to happen. That thing is made up of like all glass. No, that's not. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. I'm trying to. There you go. So yeah, that thing is made up of all glass, and it's nice. And that's the home in Los Angeles. The one in Miami. When they showed the house in Los Angeles, I don't think that it was lit up. I think I saw a picture of it lit up. And it looked like a whole. To me, it looked like, the cruise ship. It looked like the cruise ship to me. So I think I got it. Oh, we got it together here. Hold on. Yeah, I think so. All right. I didn't even see that one out, but yeah. So, she says it's on the same floor. So the round part in the middle is the bathroom, and then all the way to the left is the bedroom. And that's that top floor you're referencing. Yes. You can take that down, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, between when you moved to LA and when you ended your relationship with Sean, approximately how many residences in LA did you live in? Let me see. About 4, I believe. Where did you live when you first moved to LA? When I first moved to LA, I moved to a building on Doney, 818 Doney. Where did you live after 818 Doney? After that, I wanted to get my own house. So I got a house in Studio City. From there, moved back over the hill, and I was on what is that Wilshire corridor. And then from there, moved to West Hollywood. In the Wilshire corridor, what address did you live at? It was 875 Comstock Avenue. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up for identification for the court and the parties only? Government exhibits 2B111 and 2B 112 side by side. Ms. Ventura, do you recognize what's depicted in government exhibits 2B? Sorry, 2B 107 and 2B. I can't see the exhibit number on the second one. Focusing on 2B 107. What's depicted in that exhibit? That's the back of was my interest side and where my apartment was of 875 Comstock was the entryway. And the other exhibit 2B 109, what's depicted in that exhibit? That's the Wilshire corridor side. Um, the opposite side. How do you recognize this building? I live there. Is this a fair and accurate photograph of 875 Comstock? Yeah. The government offers government exhibits 2B 107 and 2B 109. No objection. They'll be admitted. Can you please publish them for the jury, Ms. Gavin? Ms. Ventura, focusing on 2B 107. Which side of the building does this depict again? That's the back, but the front entrance. The front entrance is on the side of the building. Yeah, it's like a little roundabout. Which side of the building did you live on? I lived on this side. The front side that you can see in 2B 107? Yes. What floor did you live on? I was on 17. And approximately how many floors was in 875 Comstock? I don't think it was much more than 17. Where did Sean live in relation to 875 Comstock? Right down the block on South Mapleton. It's probably a few minute drive or walk away. What was his address on South Mapleton? I believe it was 200 South Mapleton Drive. Ms. Gavin, can you please take down these two exhibits and put up for the court and the parties for identification only, Government Exhibit 2C103. Do you recognize what's depicted in Government Exhibit 2C103? Yes. What is this? It's the distance between my apartment and Sean's house and your apartment at 875 Comstock? Yep. Is this a true and accurate map of the distance between 875 Comstock and 200 South Mapleton? It is. All right, no objection. It will be admitted. Miss Gavin, can you please publish to the jury at this time? How did you get between your apartment at 875 Comstock and Sean's house at 200 South Mapleton? I would drive sometimes, walk. He also had, Sean also had a golf cart that he would take. Puffy is a mess on a golf cart. He riding around on a golf cart. Approximately how long of a drive was it? A few minutes. 3 minutes is what it says here. Yes. Yeah. For always. That is so spot on. Yeah, they lived these lives that should have been so beautiful, but everything was dark and horrific. Exactly. So, I would drive sometimes. Sean also had a golf cart that he would, okay, so we said that already. Approximately how long of a drive was it? A few minutes. 3 minutes is what it says here. Is the 3 minutes on the map accurate? Yes. Miss Johnson, you could take that down now, Miss Gavin. You mentioned that you lived in West Hollywood after 875 Comstock. Yes. What was the street you lived on in West Hollywood? That street was called Harold Way. Was this the residence you were living at when you ended your relationship with Sean? Yes. Who generally paid the rent for your LA apartments and house? Generally, Sean did, except for the one house. When you say except for the one house, who paid the rent for the house? The house in Studio City I paid for. And why did you pay for the rent in Studio City? This is at a time where I could afford it, and I had just wanted that freedom for myself and to be able to have my own place. Why did you want that freedom at that time? Because I wasn't getting it a lot of other ways, and there was no fight, so I did. When you say there was no fight, what do you mean by that? There was no argument for me getting my own place. Not that I remember. Yeah, it was accepted. When you say it was accepted, who accepted it? Sean. And what if anything happened around the time you moved from that residence to 875 Comstock? I believe I'm sorry when I moved. I'm sorry, Miss Ventura. Let me ask a different question for the residences where Sean paid the rent. What access, if any, did Sean have to those apartments? He had access. He had his own keys. When, if ever, did he use those keys? Whenever he wanted. Did he ever come by unannounced? Yeah. How frequently? I mean, frequently enough, but not too much, a lot. I think you answered a number of different ways there. Yes. I'll give you a chance to, yeah. 875 Comstock was the closest, and I would say there were a lot of unannounced visits there. So, did it vary by location how frequently there were unannounced visits? I think so, yeah. How did you feel when Sean stopped by your apartment unannounced? I mean, depending on his mood and if he was yelling or banging on the door or if he was just coming in smooth and being nice, it just varied. Usually, if it was to check in and see what was going on without us knowing, and by us, I mean me and my friends, it was just a little bit of a stomach and knots moment. When you say stomach and knots moment, what do you mean by that? Didn't know what was going on to come of the didn't know what was going to come of the visit or why Sean might have been angry to start. So yeah. So what were you concerned could happen? Objection. Miss Johnson, can you rephrase? I'll move on. Ms. Ventura, you were asked some questions. You talked about your music earlier. You had been recording. Yes. So approximately how many songs did you record during your relationship with Sean? Hundreds of songs. What happened to the songs that you recorded? Some of them got released, some of them got leaked on the internet prior to like a proper release, and some just didn't see the light of day. Besides the songs that were released, did you release any additional albums when you dated Sean? No, I put out a mixtape. What's a mixtape? It was a free album, like for fans that had been waiting for so long for music. Approximately what year did you put out that mixtape? I believe it was 2011 or 12. I'm not 100% sure. How many albums on your record deal were not released? 9. Yeah, he only released one. Oh, I guess the mixtape didn't count. Um, if you're just coming in the building here on YouTube, please hit the like button. It's a free way to support the show so that we can push this video out into the algorithm. And if you're just logging in over on X, formerly known as Twitter, please consider clicking the link coming over here and liking the video on YouTube. And you can go back on Twitter and watch if you like. I'm just asking for support by hitting the like button. It's a free way to support the channel. Thank you all. All right, let's move on. What, if any, impact did not releasing albums? Okay, so I gotta go back. How many? So 9. And she said the question after that one was, and what, if any, compensation do you receive if albums are not released? You don't. You barely received it when they are released. You know, they did the Fed. Y'all did your homework. Y'all should know that's the Diddy way. We made money. I made money. What, if any, impact did not releasing albums have on you financially? I mean, it was not released. Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Sure. What, if any, impact did not releasing albums have on you financially? I mean, financially, I didn't make anything off of them, but I think it was just more of you're not releasing music, you're not doing your job, so the career was kind of stifled. Why did you not release any other album during this time? You're asking me? Well, put another way, what were you doing instead of when you were working on your music? What were you doing? When I wasn't working on my music, I was recovering from partying. That took a big chunk out of my life. I just plainly, the freak offs became a job where there was no space to do anything else but to recover and just try to feel normal again. When you say partying, what do you mean by partying? Staying up for days on end, taking rugs, and other different substances, drinking, having sex with a stranger over days. Does partying include what you described earlier as freak-offs? Yeah. Before we move on, who ultimately decided whether you could release another album? Sean did. How much time out of your week did freak-offs take? It would depend on how long they were. They ranged anywhere from 36, 48 to 78, 72 hours. Child. Let me just take a drink because at this point, I don't drink, but probably about This trial about to make me go, have a drink, a real drink. This is crazy. What? It ain't that much in the world. It's crazy. This is crazy work here. The hell is wrong with? This is why he was given horse tranquilizers. I just want people to really think about and put it, really think about how much of a tranquilizer will it take to put a horse down, like to just knock a horse down, to even just to have them sleep, to have it appear like they're asleep. You're not trying to hurt the animal, but you need the animal to calm down or something. Maybe the horse could be having something wrong with it, like I don't know if people realize that maybe the horse needs to be tranquilized because the horse needs surgery or something. They don't need the horse trying to get. But you know how much that takes to put them down? Like, so just imagine a horse to a human. And you're using, I can't wrap my head around that one. Like, I just can't understand. I really, really, really can't understand why you would be, child. Let's go. I feel like the longest one ever was 4 days, maybe even more, like on and off with breaks. So it was a significant part of the week. Child. And you also testified just a moment ago about recovering. What, if anything, were you recovering from after a freak off? Recovering from the day's dehydration, the just staying awake all that time. Miss Johnson, when you come to a good landing place, we can take our mid-afternoon break. Your Honor, I think this is a good landing place if the court is amenable. Thank you, members of the jury. It's 12:20 right now. I have been informed that your lunch is here, so let's come back at 1 p.m. All rise for the jury. Bob speaks. I'm also talking about by starting up. Lord, no. That is crazy. For always. Do the cops ever come? Yeah, that would cause anxiety. Do the cops ever come? Nobody. I'm just saying, like, what? Whoa, that's crazy. The court, Miss Ventura, we're going to take a break. We'll come back at 1 p.m. During our break, you're not to have any discussions with any of the government lawyers. Your Honor, the witness is still on direct examination. I think the rule applies only on cross-examination. Any objection from the defense? No objection. Thank you for that. So you may have discussion with whomever you like and be back here at 1 p.m. You can leave the stand now. Ms. Johnson, anything to address before we adjourn? I don't believe so. Anything from the defense? Nothing, Judge. Thank you. The court. See everybody back at 1 p.m. So they're on recess, right? No, nobody. Yeah. Oh my God. They may come and may be too late. She might unalive. Child. That would be triggering. If she messes around and unalives him. Child. So that was just like, I think it was the day before yesterday it was when you said she was up there. Child. Whew. All right, Miss Johnson, are we prepared to proceed? So the jury is not present right now. We are, Your Honor. I anticipate using a binder with this witness. May I put it onto the witness stand? You may. Do we have our witness? We do. We'll bring her in. She can go ahead and take the stand. Would the court like a copy as well? Are you going to be also putting it on the screen? Yes. Then let's save the trees. Welcome back. Yeah, yeah. I hope not. I hope not either. Um, are you going to be also putting it on the screen? He said, yeah. He said, let's save the trees. Welcome back. Thank you. Is it a little too cold for you? I'm actually okay. It doesn't matter to me. Is it too cold for anyone else? Yes. Okay, well, everybody else said yeah. Cassie said no, it doesn't matter to her. She's just like, oh my goodness, just she said she's a people pleaser. So okay, we'll see what we can do. We have so many people in here. It kind of gets very hot, very quickly. We will make some adjustments. Mr. Courtroom Deputy, do we have our jury ready? Yes, Your Honor, I believe they are ready. Okay, all rise. It was last week. Okay. So welcome back, Miss Ventura. You understand you're still under oath? Yes. Miss Johnson, you may proceed. Miss Ventura, earlier this morning you testified about eventually changing your career management after you started dating Sean. Yes. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. Eventually, who, if anyone, managed your career? Eventually, it was kind of a group effort with Sean. And in the background, but I worked with a man named James Cruz who also helped manage Sean. Okay. Helped him manage himself? Where she said okay, she said helped him manage himself. Where, if you know, did James Cruz work? James Cruz worked for Bad Boy, the company. Okay. What relationship, if any, did James Cruz have with Sean? They had a business relationship together, did a lot of work together. What, if anything, did James Cruz tell you about his role as your manager? Objection. Your Honor, we discussed this yesterday. Is this the issue from yesterday? This is the issue from yesterday. That's overruled. Ms. Ventura, let me repeat that question. While Mr. Cruz was managing you, what, if anything, did he tell you about his role in managing your career? His role in managing my career was that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. Oh, wow. Is that what Mr. Cruz told you? Yes. And what did you understand Mr. Cruz to mean when he told you he had one hand tied behind his back? That he couldn't work as a normal manager, music manager, that he had to have decisions go through other parties, and yeah, just a different way of doing things. Who are the other parties who decisions would go through? Sean. How did you primarily earn money while you were dating Sean? I would do club hostings, as I talked about earlier, occasionally a campaign or some sort of modeling job. Yeah, along those lines. For those club hostings, approximately how much were you paid? Anywhere between $7,500 to $20,000, just depending on whether or not I would perform or what I had to do. What reaction, if any, did Sean have to your hosting jobs? He was supportive of them for the most part. If he didn't want me to do one, he would let us know. And how common was it for him to say no to a job? It was pretty common. Turning to a different topic now. When you first started dating Sean, what, if any, comments would he make about your physical appearance? Oh, well, anything from I look too Mexican with my hair like that to I needed to have my nails done a certain way. I mean, he would clown my chipped nail polish and dirty sneakers. That was like a thing. But appearance was very important to him. My appearance. How soon after you started dating Sean did he start making comments like you just described? It was pretty immediate. What, if anything, did Sean say about how he wanted you to dress? It varied depending on what was going on. Some days he would want me to be really sexy and be his woman. And then other days, I could be on my tomboy looks and stuff like that. But he was just very involved in it. Yeah. You mentioned your nails earlier. How did Sean say he wanted your nails to look? He preferred them to be white from the beginning of our relationship. They just always had to be done for sure. But specifically during the freak offs, like white or French tip. Yeah. I didn't get to go back through Young Miami's pictures yet. But I am going to take a deep dive into those photos. I want to see when she was wearing white nail polish. Because she already said publicly that she was at the freak off. That's what she was so fast over there trying to clown Gina because she was in her feelings. Because Gina put up a picture of her and Puffy. You was in your feelings that you said something like, I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if she gonna come and testify as a character witness for Love on Top, Tunchi on Bottom, but I don't think that would be wise. Because I know that the feds would ask her. I'm sure they got that tweet, and I don't know how, if she's not testifying how she got out of this. I don't know, that's why I like reading court documents, because was it really true that Sean was somewhere and he forgot the Tunchi, and he done sent the private jet to pick Miami up to bring the Tunchi to him where he was on location. So if that is the truth, because was it Gina that said that her? Or you know what? I like to see, because I want to think. You know what? Because Gina did that interview with Unwired with Tasha K, right? She never mentioned one time that she had to be a part of freak offs. She was, like, don't get me wrong, she was. They said she was, and Young Miami told her, you know that if I'll have Puffy have you eat my cat at a freak off. So she know, but that's the one she left that out of that interview. Not one time did she say he made me sleep with other men. None of that. Probably is an embarrassment to her. That's probably another reason why she's not coming to testify. But there should have been, and I did not get the end of the day, the story today yet, but I think today is the day that I think Jane was supposed to testify. And she is testifying under that pseudonym. And that's just, that's just that. So I have to go, I'll be looking and checking it out. Go to my purse to over the, Tisa be having all the tea. And like even the content creators from YouTube that have sense, that are at the trial, they all give her props. Like, listen, girl, you are doing the thing. Like, you're one of the best to ever do it. But like I said, what I love about what Tisa is doing, even though she loses her train of thought, like she got chemo fog brain. Listen, sometimes that's because she wants to acknowledge all of the super chats that she's getting, and then everybody's speaking to her, saying hi, and she's stopping and talking to them. And if you're a YouTuber, what is really, really, really dope, she says she's a small YouTuber today. I said, what? You got 564K. Well, I don't know where she's at. I'm pretty sure she's past that now. K subscribers. That's not a small YouTube channel anymore at all. You had anywhere from 17 to 20K people in your lives at a time. That's not a small YouTuber at all. But what is really, really dope about Tisa is that it doesn't make a difference whether if you're a small content creator or not. If you're at that trial and you say hi to her and you walk up to her, she tells you, come on here and tell these people where they can find you out on all your socials. And then she'll tell them, follow them. We need to support all the small content creators. I just think that she's so dope for that, regardless as to what everybody else says. I don't have a problem with other people unless, I don't know. I'm just not on here bothering people. So, if somebody tries to bother me, it has to be something that happened with them, because I'm not on here for that. I just think that she's so dope for doing that, though. Just she lets everybody tell them where they can find you at on your social. You got a YouTube channel? Shout out to your YouTube channel. They should tell you, please go over there and follow this person on YouTube. Even today, an attorney walked up to her and she told him, tell them where they can find you. Like his commentary is spot on. So I just love that about her, because she knows that's what's for her is for her, and very, secure in her spot, and like not really caring what nobody's saying. So shout out to her for that. I've been watching her and she's doing it. Yeah, she's so sweet to everybody that stops. It's kind of like people are getting scared for her. Like, you better get security. She says she has security, but she doesn't. She's only gonna, be around people. Like, she has security. She has a certain car that picks her up and takes her where she is. She goes off camera. If she's getting out of court and she's riding, she turns the camera, she'll turn her camera off, which is all a smart thing for her to do. Like, she's like, besides some of these news stations that are here on YouTube, where they get so many stuff, like, she's right up there with them. So she's one of the main content creators from YouTube that people are really tuned into. And so, yeah, she needs to be, protected at all costs. So, sometimes, because it's just like, everybody's like, hey, Tisa. She's like, come here. And the camera, and I'm like, oh my goodness. But she says she does have security. She does have security. I know she does have like some male content creators that's not playing about her too. So, she says she got security. Then she got security, I guess. So I don't know, but yeah, for always, I'm there too. She makes me nervous. Like, I was thinking about, hopping on the train and going over there. Maybe, but I'm not going over there. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I can't right now. I got too much going on. I can't. I'll just, So anyway, let's get back into this. Well, he was just very involved in it. Okay. So for the nails, they had to be white or French tip. So, and you also mentioned how your hair was parted. How does Sean want your hair to look? Child, that's control. Hair, specifically, when it varied, what were some of the things he said to you about your hair? The biggest change was that I shaved my head around 2009. After talking about it for quite some time. But everything, the way it was styled that day, to the color, everything. Now, let me tell y'all something about her shaving her hair. You see how she said that it took her some time to do that. She didn't want to shave her hair. If you go back, you'll find the video of Young Jock talking about this hair situation. And he was somewhere, some event or something. He was talking to Diddy. Cassie was there. And somebody walked by and they had one side of their hair shaved. And he said, Cassie, I like that. I want you to get your hair shaved. And she was like, okay. The video is here on YouTube somewhere. I saw it and I just was like, and Jock was like, the next time when I saw her hair was shaved on the side. I said, what the? Yeah, it's just crazy. But after he had her do like the Coming to America thing in front of the assistant and Lauren London, and I forgot who the third girl was there. Like that was just degrading and a bit much. Oh, all right. So where are we? What else, if anything, did Sean say he wanted you to do with your physical appearance? We had discussions about breast implants. We had tons of conversations about my body. And at that time, now I'm 38 years old and a woman. I didn't have much body to really talk about. And I was still developing. So, there may be comments about working out or just like keeping my shape a certain way when there wasn't much to begin with. Yeah, for always. So you saw the same video. Yeah, it was crazy to me. Like, what? Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me have to text hold on, let me send my daughter a message. I just see you, so you send me, Lenali. I don't be paying attention to my phone. Give me 1 second. All right. Approximately how much time did you spend on your appearance weekly while you dated Sean? All the time. If I wasn't doing my nails, I was getting a tan. If I wasn't getting a tan, I was doing um I was doing some it should be something else. And more often than not, like the prep, the physical prep was for the freak offs. Also to be, next to him and be his girlfriend. But yeah, I had to look a certain way during the freak offs. Okay, we'll get back to that. How frequently did Sean comment on your appearance daily? And how common was it for Sean to make specific demands about how you looked? It was very common. How would you feel about the comments that Sean made about your appearance? That also varied. I mean, he kind of critiqued a lot of people around me, other artists as well. So, like, it wasn't a shocker. But after a while, that wears down on you. When your confidence in your self worth, definitely my self worth took a hit for the entirety of the relationship. Just trying to establish who I was and who I wanted to be and who I was allowed to be. That's really, really, really sad. He was trying to humiliate her. He did humiliate her. He took away all her self-confidence. Cassie is she's a beautiful young woman. And all of this was about control, humiliation, just everything. Just, something to, it mostly control. The humiliation was to control her, to keep her in a state feeling like, who am I? I don't even know who I am. I'm who he allows me to be. Yep, that is sad. That is sad. And it's abuse. And people can act like they don't understand. But it is it's a form of abuse. It's grooming. He groomed her to be exactly who he wanted her to be. It is crazy. If everybody saw the picture, I'm going to put this picture up again because no, I just was saying I saw your message. No, I'm gonna put this picture up again. Look at the picture on her thumbnail. So what I was saying was that, even though like she looks, this picture for instance, and when you see her like with makeup on, all dolled up and stuff like that, she looks beautiful. Like they work wonders with makeup. It just, she has knots and stuff on her head here. It is crazy. It is crazy. And I just don't understand. Like I heard somebody say this should just be a DV case. All they're proving is what they had a kinky, life in. He assaulted her. Like, it's okay. It's not okay for a man or a woman to put their hands on each other. It's not okay. This here is crazy. It's crazy. And when we get to the assistant, I keep forgetting what the captain, I'm sure for always it will come through because my mind, I keep captain, like the assistant. Her name is Captain, but it's more to it. It's Captain something. I keep forgetting the second part of it. The way she described how he put his hands, feet, everything on this woman. She called somebody to ask them to tell the security guard, Uncle Paulie, to tell him to stop. He was kicking her down the street like a football. And then he loved to drag her by her hair. We saw it on the hotel video. So let's not say, oh, that's just a rumor, that's just hearsay. No, 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 no. We saw it on the hotel video. So the same thing that we saw in the hotel video, that was his MO. Now, I never saw it, but somebody reported that his girlfriend, when he was going to Howard University, they said the same thing happened to her in front of all of the other students. Now, this is pre-Puffy, P. Diddy, Daddy, love on top, Tunchi on the bottom. This is before that. Captain Clark, yes. Thank you for always. They said Captain Clark cried almost through her whole testimony. And people don't understand the power that this man has to strip you of everything. He threatened Cassie's parents to make them lose their jobs. This is evil on another level. A level that we will never, ever understand. But I'm tired of the people getting on, oh, this is a domestic violence case. Like it's okay. I'm surprised she can even have children. And he had Plan B stocked. Like he was a pharmacy. So you tell these, let me tell y'all something. I don't know if it was scrubbed. I'm going to tell you, I did a deep dive, right? When Jonathan Oddie, when they first re-released the Jonathan Oddie, I'm not sure if his last name is pronounced Odie or Oddie. Let me tell y'all something. When they first re-released, when that tape first surfaced again, I listened to what Jonathan Oddie said, right? He sued P. Diddy. And the reason why I looked at it, because I am a big fan of the Midas brothers. That's what the Midas touch, all that stuff. I'm a big fan of them. I like that they're brothers and they're close knit, and I was intrigued for a minute. I used to, listen to them a lot. I used to watch listen to their podcasts, tune into their Instagram, right? So one of the brothers, the oldest brother is, I think it's Ben. Well, he's an attorney. And he represented Puffy in this lawsuit. Jonathan Oddie, however you pronounce his last name, versus P. Diddy. And the suit was, he sued him for contracting herpes from these freak-offs. And the suit was settled out of court. I simply went to Google and I typed it in and said, let me go over here and do my own research and see if something like. And I was able to read it. I kid y'all not. I typed it in Google the other day. It would not pop up. The only thing that's popping up now is when Jonathan Oddie shot up Trump's property. He powed up the property and he's arrested. But it does say he made these outrageous claims that he was Diddy's ex-slave. But no, I pulled up everything. So I see stuff that says 5 million. I'm not going to say that I saw that. What I saw was he settled for $340 something thousand. The suit was settled for that. The 5 million, I've never seen anything written about 5 million. I just see it now floating around. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I'm not going to say that. But your girl wasn't clipping stuff. I'm gonna have to start clipping stuff because I like to do my own. When somebody says something, I like to go and see if I can find it. And so that's what I did. And at the time, the information was just, it popped up. And I said, oh, wait, hold on a minute. He did sue him. But in the suit, it just says, in the suit, it said like STD. But when Jonathan Oddie got arrested for what he did, he said it was herpes. So Jonathan Oddie said that, not me. It's in the tape. Y'all go listen to the interrogation. I got the video somewhere on here on my, it's somewhere there. It's far down. It's, it's when they first. But yeah, that's what he said. Okay, allegedly. I guess allegedly it was settled out of court. He got his money. He didn't have no money. His account was in a negative. That's how he got his account out the negative. Because his ex-wife, I don't know where she a lawyer at, but his ex-wife is an attorney. She was an attorney at the time. And yeah, Jonathan Oddie was now, hold on a minute, he was a hunk. He was a hunk now. I don't know what kind of drugs he on, but rugs. But rugs can do something to you look real bad. But if you look at the pictures of him when he, I was like, wow, he looks nothing like he looks now. He had on, if you put his name in now, his pictures will come up. He had on a Christmas hat. They got a picture of him in a Christmas hat. Let me see if I can pull it up, y'all. Don't even play. Hold on a minute. I'll show y'all Jonathan Oddie up over here in this, Let me show y'all Jonathan Oddie. I'm gonna pull this picture up so y'all can see Jonathan Oddie in it. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna get this picture real quick. So I was like, hold on, wait a minute. He looks nothing like that today. Oh wow. Okay. I don't want to see all these images of him when y'all had him in the I want that particular picture of Jonathan Oddie in that, so I can show y'all what he was working with. Here we go. Here we go, right here. All right, let me bring it over. Let me see if. Oh, wow, look at him and his ex-wife. She had no idea where his money came from when they divorced. He told police it was from a $5 million settlement he received from Diddy. That's what his wife said. Hold on, but let me bring this over here. Because I want y'all to look at this here. This is Jonathan Oddie. This is the guy right here, y'all. Maybe I should try to blow this up a little more. Huh? Let me see if I can move it by itself and blow it up a little more. Because this is him in his Christmas hat. Why do he look the way he, I guess that second picture, I don't know about that one. I'm talking about the one where he's standing there in the with the hat on, with the hold on. All right, that's a little close. That's a little better for y'all to see it. That's him right there. You see it in the Christmas hat, and that's him on this side. Right, nobody believed him because if you look at the video, right, that they put out when he did what he did, it looks like the old like westerns that used to be moving real fast. That's what it is, because there was no sound to it. And then you see him, you could see the fire from the pow coming out, and then him running, and the floors were so shiny. He slipped, but they did hit him in the leg. I think they hit him in the leg. The cops they pow back, and he was hit. But this is what he was. This is what he was. You know, this other picture on the other side, like I don't know when he looked like that, but anywho, but if you look like, let me zoom out. Let me zoom out a little bit. So if you look, this is actually a write up about him. Jonathan Audi was working as a dancer and a part-time corn star when he is believed to have met the diddler. Y'all see that? All right. So yeah, he was working as I'm in love with a script. All right. And so my settlement put me in a box. Basically, I couldn't talk because I was going to be sued. They kept following me, he said. He also claimed to have turned over a tape to Diddy's then lawyer, Mark Garagos. Wouldn't you know he is still an attorney on this case? The contents of that alleged tape are unknown. Now, Audie's former wife, Tanya Troutwine, she done gave up the photo, tells Daily Mail how he unraveled after that agreement with Diddy, now on trial in Manhattan for a slew of trafficking crimes. This is where he pow-powed up the place. In May of 2018, Audi entered Trump National Door in Miami with pow-pow. He was powed by the police after opening fire. The date of that contract was around the same time as she's saying, this is his wife speaking, our divorce. Troutwine said, I almost feel like he divorced me because he came to all this money and so I wouldn't claim it. But our lives are already going in different paths. I started feeling like a third wheel in someone else's life rather than a wife. This is him the night that they that he did what he did of his arrest. Audi remains in custody in Florida. He is seen being taken away from the scene of the 2018 shooting. I mean, so it was 2018. That's what I thought. It was 2018. So in 2018 is when that tape was from. The 2014, I think, is when he was a part of the freak offs. The pair had mostly happy marriage, she said, between 2008 and 2014. I'm going to go back up to the top and find out. But because I thought it was 2018, because I know I was like, yeah. So 2018 is when this happened. It is important to note that it is 2025. That's why I believe he's testifying in this case. It is 2025. When you go and look up his charges, they're still not his charges. When you go and look for a court date, it says pending. Like he's been arraigned. He came to court and he was arraigned, and that was it. So this is 2018. Cassie did this lawsuit in 2024. Yeah, 2024. Or 2023. If it was 2023, the suit was, I think it was 2024. So that's it's between 5 or 6 years prior to this even coming out, like with Cassie. This man was saying that. But as Audi became more involved, so it says the pair had a mostly happy marriage, but as Audi became more involved in the party and corn scene, his wife says they drifted apart. What began as a job As a male dancer at bachelorette parties, turned into more a hardcore career in the adult film industry. Here he goes right here. You see, he wasn't such a bad looking guy. You know, Odie's ex-wife tells Daily Mail she had no idea where his money came from when they divorced. He told police it was from a $5 million settlement received from Diddy. His ex-wife believes he met Diddy through work. Although she has never met the bad boy mogul, Troutwine said it wasn't uncommon for A-list celebs to pick up women and men at ultra-exclusive Star Island parties in Miami Beach. Soon the time he would spend with Troutwine became less and less as Odie sunk deeper into the party life. So I think that, hold on, is there going to be, hold on 1 minute, is there going to, oh, wait a minute. Do they got the... Listen, y'all. They got the freaking... They got the paperwork in here. You see this? July 9th of 2014. Confidential settlement agreement. So let me tell you about Jonathan Oddie. Jonathan Oddie said that he still had videotape. He had gave it... Yeah, he was nice looking. Right? He signed the NDA. Yeah, because this is a settlement. But he gave this information to somebody. He said he still had a tape that he left in safe keeping with someone. Not Mark Garagos. They had the tape. In that recording of him where everybody thought he was crazy, because they thought he was babbling. He said he left the tape with a friend. He would only tell those detectives where the tape was if they can protect him and say he didn't tell them. And then he talked about the NDA, but this is the paperwork that I saw before. I thought it was all the way scrubbed from the internet because I didn't have to look for no pictures to find. This is my first time seeing this. No, I was able to pull it up and it explained. So here it is. July 9th of 2014 in Florida. It's signed by Jonathan Oddie, sworn to and subscribed before me on this day of July. They didn't put a date here. 2014 by Jonathan Oddie, who is personally known to me and who did and or did not take an oath. Notary Public, State of Florida. They probably... I don't know if they did this out of court. Sean Combs individually and on behalf of Bad Boy, he signed it. They didn't put what in here, she didn't put what the settlement in here. They didn't put the details in here. They're just showing you this part of it. No, when I saw the whole thing. But it didn't say, I didn't hear 5 million. It was 340 something thousand dollars. I want to say 348 or something like that. Yeah, they say he had a negative $1,800 in his bank account at the time that he was his divorce documents, and then they said he just started buying all of these properties, and he became a very wealthy man. But it drove him crazy because, according to him, people from Diddy's camp kept coming to his house, and he said one person in particular. I'm not repeating any names that he said. I've read nothing. I mean, if you want to watch the video, watch the video. But I'm not going to say those people's names on here because he says them in the video. And then after he says them, they're like, okay, y'all, you're talking about Puff Daddy. You're talking about Diddy. The big oh, okay. So tell us why you did what you did today. Yeah, it's interesting, y'all. It's interesting. Go, yeah. Well, make sure you go over there and find that. But I want to see. Yeah, he was a very nice looking person. Oddie claimed. Okay, here we go. Oddie claimed he was a ex-slave for Diddy and was forced by the rapper into acts with his ex Cassie Ventura. He's sure he did. His wife said 2 million. I think in here it says 5 million. Now they got these pictures from his wife. I don't know who's saying, but when I pulled it up, it was he did a settlement of 300 and something $1,000. So I don't know. I don't know where it is, where it all went wrong. So the agreement is dated 2014, 4 years before the Doro shooting, powing, and 10 years before Diddy's life came crashing down with a federal indictment for trafficking. Odie told police in Doro that he signed the document, in exchange for $5 million. He's scared I will expose him, he said of the rapper. You remember the names? All right, you remember the names, but I ain't gonna say them. Yeah, Audie's ex believes his mental breakdown and the 2018 powing directly correlates to his relationship with Diddy. I had Ed with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs. Basically, he would pleasure himself and tell me what to do to Cassie. I was like a ex-slave. For them, that's what I was. Depleted Jonathan Odie told police after being arrested following a powing at the Florida hotel. At the time, his comments were dismissed as the delusions of a mentally ill maniac. But Daily Mail now, according to Daily Mail, can now confirm Odie did know Diddy. Cassie identified him. He was in that lineup. Cassie identified him. She said, that's Johnny. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Allie. Don't worry about it. That comes first. You know that. So, and was guarding a secret so scandalous that the rapper asked him to sign an NDA agreement to protect it. So this is him the day of, after they brought him from the hospital, because he got powed. So that's why he's in a hospital gown. And this is when he told them that he was an ex-slave to Diddy and Cassie Ventura. And he says it in here about what he gave him. And he said, we was talking about the Illuminati. Let me get that name up from over here, child. I'm not even going into that territory. I don't want no parts of that. Only thing I'm going to say is that he shot out that man's property. And that's that on that. And I think that almost for sure, because for the crime that Jonathan Odie committed, nobody, like, why would he still be incarcerated and not yet, not have went to trial? Y'all, hold on 1 second. Hello? Have you said okay? But all right, here we go. All right, so yeah, so why that it is crazy, but it is what it is. So he's so for the crime that he committed at the time, like, that this guy wasn't the president, and he wasn't the president, so Um, he like why does he? Why is he hasn't been in court? He only has been arraigned. And every time they was putting a court date in there, and every time the court date would come, they would push the court date back, push the court date back, push the court date back. And so it's just like pending all the time. So mm-hmm. All right, so let's just get back to this. As soon as Diddy sued the, yeah, let me tell you something. That's one of the things I agree with. Like, Chopper's doing for making the band, he's doing a YouTube interview tour. That's what I call it, because he's on tour on YouTube right about now. And they does say that he's a slick talking. That boy is slick talking, but it's very. I don't know if anybody watch any of his interviews. He's a slick talking, like a smooth, like just real smooth with it. He looks a lot to me like Birdman now. And I didn't know. So when he went to making of the band, he used a fake ID because he was only 15 years old. And because he was only 15 years old, Puffy didn't pay him some of his money, because the person that he was portraying to be wasn't him. But he did sound a Bad Boy South, and he said it was Kim Porter's idea that Puffy come up with Bad Boy South. And he said that he gave him his money on the front end. Then Katrina happened. He was asking for his money on the back end. He told him that, his family is displaced. He need to help take care of his family. Can I get my money from the back end? I'm not asking you to give me anything. I'm asking for what we already know. Something like that. And he said not just the Art of Dialogue. He's on, what is his name? Birdman's brother. What is his name? He's Terrence Williams. He did an interview with Terrence Williams. Now that interview right there, Terrence thought it was a different type of interview. I think that you would enjoy that one too. I watched that one today. The interview on Terrence Williams, because Terrence Williams was giving him the business back, and he would just laugh. He would laugh. And I just ran into it like that one today. But both of them was good interviews. But the one on Terrence Williams asked him some stuff, and he like, wait, how you know that? He's like, you tell me who you saw Diddy, kissing and rubbing on, and I'll tell you how I got this information. And he's like, if I tell you that, your channel will be shut down. You won't have this platform, so no. I said, oh, wow. And yeah, he did say it on the Art of Dialogue as well. Yeah. So yeah, he's really like a smooth talker, but some of the stuff that he's saying, you got to keep reminding themselves, like when you're looking at these videos of Chopper, he spit some real game, but people got to realize that he was a real life pimp after making the band. He got arrested for it. He was a real live pimp. He said he made more money from the pimping game than he ever made from the industry. So yeah, people have to realize that. So when it comes to anything that's related to, anything in the actual nature, like his mind is wired kind of different because he was a pimp. You can't say in one breath, this is what Cassie signed up for, and then the next breath, did she? I understand what he's trying to say though. She signed up for this in one breath, but in the next breath say she didn't deserve to get everything that she got, but she signed up for this. The reason why I have an issue with that statement is she signed up to be a music artist. She didn't know what was going on. She had a boyfriend at the time who was her manager. And just like a whole lot of other women, she got taken from her boyfriend right from under him. So that's the only that issue I got with that. It's like it's either one or the other, but then I can understand his pimp mentality. He was a real pimp. Like, so yeah, that's what he did. So I can understand it, but you know what? I do. All of his interviews are all of them was, exciting. And they asked him, do he still speak to anybody from making the band? He speaks to Freddie, but Freddie is mad with him right now because he outed him and said that he slept with Sierra. So he's Freddie mad at him right now. But if Freddie gets unmad, that's the person that like he speaks to from making the band. He said everybody else gave up on themselves. He don't want to talk to none of them. He only want to talk to winners. But he's a real smooth talker. Like, yeah. But some things I'm like, yeah. He was a PIMP. Yes, you can tell. You can tell. All right, let's get back into this. I don't know how long I'm gonna go. Whew, we got Cassie was on the stand for a couple days. So, all right, so let's go. So I'm turning to a slightly different topic. You testified earlier that Sean paid rent for you at several residences. What else, if anything, did he pay for? He paid for cars, clothing, things like that, trips we take together. Did he ever give you money to spend? He did, yeah. When, if ever, did he take possessions away from you? Oh, all the time. But that was kind of like, if you're not doing what I'm asking of you, or if you're out of line in any way, I'll get my car taken away. Like I got kicked out of the house, my apartment. I would have jewelry taken away. It was very random, depending on how he felt. Besides, you mentioned your car, you mentioned jewelry, you mentioned your house. Is there anything else he would take away? My self-confidence, just physical things. But at that point, to me, the physical things didn't really matter. I really just wanted his approval. Who would typically take these items? I mean, staff, I would assume. I don't want you to assume. Just, I'm sorry. No worries. I shouldn't. If I wasn't there, it would have had to be a staff member or security, somebody that had access. Objection to the speculation, sustained. The jury should disregard the witness's last answer. Ms. Ventura, let me ask you some more specific questions. You mentioned that laptops were taken. What else? What, if any, other electronics were taken from you? My phone. Who took laptops or your phone from you? They would be taken by Sean's direction. Somebody would come take them. I don't. Objection. Same objection? Yes. Miss Johnson, can you lay some foundation? Sure. Miss Ventura, did Sean ever take any electronics from you personally? Yes. Did anyone else ever take electronics from you personally besides Sean? Yes. Who were those people? Security. Who from security specifically? Yes. I know that D-Rock was a person that used to take things by direction. Objection. It's overruled. How long? Strike that. Would you get these items back when they were taken? Yeah. How long would they typically be gone for? It depends on how long I was being punished for, I guess. She's a grown. How would they return to you? Sean would give them back to me. If I would go to his house and he would give them back to me. We've talked about a few employees so far. How frequently were you in contact with Sean's employees during your relationship? Regularly, daily. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A301 and 2A305 for identification for the parties in the court only? Miss Ventura, starting with the photograph on the left, do you recognize that individual? Yes. Who is that? Christina Coram. Christina Coram, you better bring your behind to the courtroom, girl. Girl, it's not looking good for you, KK. I'm going to need you to go on ahead and, girl, Listen, is it worth it? Let me work it. Put the thing down, flipping it. I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, KK is not looking too good for you. I don't know if you coming into the courts to testify, but it's really, really not looking good for you right about now. Yeah, Christina Corm. I think you And turning to the photograph to the right, do you recognize that individual? Yes. Who is that? Tony Fletcher. How do you recognize these individuals? I was around them for several years while I dated Sean. Who do they work for? They work for Sean. Are these true and accurate photos of Christina Quorum and Tony Fletcher? Yes. That's odd. That is odd. Child, the government offers government exhibit 28301 and 28305. No objection. They are admitted. Miss Johnson, can you please publish them to the jury, Miss Gavin? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to 28305, Miss Fletcher. How frequently did you interact with Miss Fletcher while you were dating Sean? When she worked for the company, when she was around, I talked to her regularly every day. For what reason should you speak to Miss Fletcher? Usually financial. When I just had a lot of transitioning of my accounts and things like that, and she helped me with those things, pay bills, and Your Honor, I apologize. We have a lot of vague narratives without any time period. If Ms. Johnson could be more specific with respect to the year at least, that would be helpful. The court, I don't understand the objection. What's the basis for the objection? In any event, it's overruled. Now, you've said that, and Ms. Johnson, I think, will help guide our discussion this afternoon. Are we getting a fresh question? Yes. Okay, good. Ms. Ventura, relative to when you started dating Sean, how soon after did you start speaking to Ms. Fletcher? I started speaking to Ms. Fletcher, I would say it's within the first 3 years of the relationship. Okay, and turning to Christina Corum, KK, on the left-hand side, government 28301. At what point in your relationship did you start communicating with Ms. Corum? As soon as she started, I'm not positive of the year. Was that in the beginning, the middle, or the end of your relationship with Sean? It was like the middle of the relationship. What did you call Miss Corum? I called her KK. Hey, KK, girl, listen here. I know that is listen, but listen. I'm putting the K in there for KK. Listen here, KK. It ain't looking too good for you. We're going to have to wait to see if KK going to flip the script and come in here and testify, because KK ain't looking good for you right about now. And how frequently did you interact with KK? Every day. And was that starting from approximately the middle of your relationship with Sean when Miss Quorum started working for him? Yes. And what subject matters? Who you communicate with KK about? It should be who you would communicate with KK about. Everything from scheduling to what kind of mood he was in. I talked to KK about a lot. She knew a lot of my personal things, doctor's appointments, everything. KK, girl, KK. So you testified earlier about security coming to find you. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. Miss Gavin, you can take down these two exhibits. Can you please pull up for identification for the court and the parties, government exhibit 2A202 and 2A204. Miss Ventura, do you recognize who is depicted in government exhibit 2A202? Yes. Who's that? That's D-Rock. Flesh of the gods, what up though? What up? We got Flesh of the Gods in the building. What's up, Flesh of the Gods? Welcome in, fam. All right, let's get back into these exhibits. Right, so that's D-Rock. Now, for always said now, we're going to have to look into that. For always sending me down the rabbit hole, y'all. She's sending me down the rabbit hole, but I'm going to go down the rabbit hole. Shout out to Flesh of the Gods for being a member for 5 months. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. I'll go sub up to Flesh of the Gods. Y'all over there on X, right? I wish y'all bring it on over here. Hit the like button. Go on over there, sub up to Flesh of the Gods. He does great commentary with interaction going on his channel. Let me drop his link real quick. We're gonna get right back into these official transcripts with sidebars. So give me 1 minute. We're gonna get right back into it, y'all. And shout out to y'all for, always being here, over there on the X, formerly known as the Twitter. I appreciate y'all. Thank you kindly. So here we go. I just put Fletcher's link in the cheese. I should have dropped your own link. But I wasn't even thinking. But anyway, this is Fletcher the God's link. If you not subscribed to him, go over there and to subscribe to him. He has great content going on over there with interactive screens blowing up and all types of stuff that your survivor speaks into. I can't do it like Flash. All right, y'all. So let's get back into these exhibits. So who is that? That's D-Rock. So we got some, you back, Allie? Thank you so much, Allie. Anytime you need to step away, we good. We know what's going on. So anyway, but for always it's sending me down a rabbit hole, because now I'm going to be like, hold on, where, who, how, what, and why. But I'm going to find out. We're going to find out about D-Rock. I just know that his name is coming up a lot in here. I just got to figure out, like, well, when, what? Yeah, I got to find out that. But him and Uncle Paulie. Uncle Paulie, is you coming in as a co-conspirator, or are you coming in here as a witness? Because at this point, I'm telling you, this is only day 2. They were on day 11. They've already now, since people couldn't get it from these witnesses that they already had established that RICO. Oh, they established that RICO, baby. It's the whole organization. It's the people that was buying the baby oil, the people that was bringing in the rugs when they would run out. It was the whole staff is a part of the RICO, because because now it's just not that. The baby oil became a part of the freak off. You see, when it became a crime, it's because he paid those. YouTube be trying to child. You can't say nothing over here. So he paid those male workers to have eggs with Cassie. He paid them. That's when it becomes a crime. And then when you pay these people Miami said she was flued out. Remember, everything was Miami made that out. She was flued out, right? Because that's how she talks. That's her lingo. I was flued out. Everybody was out there. I was flued out. She wasn't the only one that was flued out, and she's not on this case right now, as of what we know of. I don't think it's wise that she come to court and testify as a character witness. Like I said, for love on top, Tucci on bottom. She shouldn't come in here and testify for him. Listen, it's not going to be a good thing for her to be a character witness for him. Because remember, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see who comes in and testifies on his behalf. But the minute it doesn't, people have it messed up that because thinking that he needed to travel from the United States to another country. Well, we already had a witness on the stand that already said, yeah. Cassie, as a matter of fact, it's gonna come up. I'm just telling you, it's gonna come up. She's gonna say they traveled to somewhere out the country to have a freak off. But she's not the only one. Victim number 2, they say, started testifying today, this afternoon. I just need to see if she did start testifying or not. She's testifying under a pseudonym, so she's going by the name of Jane. And for Gina, who is supposed to be victim number 3, who's said she's not coming to court, well, the courts already have your testimony, baby. It doesn't matter. But also, let me tell you something. If she do come to court, and she try to come to court and try to spin what happened, I'm telling y'all, they are going to subpoena that Tasha K interview with her. But like I said, she also was keeping something close to her heart because she loves Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Diddy Daddy. Daddy's house, love, Diddy on top, Tunchi on bottom. She loved him. So she never said in that interview that she had to participate in these freak offs. And did. But what you did say that you was pregnant by him and he stomped on your belly for one of the pregnancies and that's how you lost it. So Gina, I don't know. She put up a cryptic message on Instagram. I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Oh, yeah. Yesterday, I want to say it was. Or the day before yesterday. Gina, girl, man, I feel bad, it's hard, like, when you, and you know what, I feel bad. I can't, in a way, I feel bad for Gina. I do. I'm going to tell you why. She did say that she grew up in a home where she saw her mother getting, abused. So she thought she equates being abused to being loved. So she thought that she just wants Diddy to love her. And she's been fighting all this time to want him to love her. And so even though she did the interview, she told about the abuse, she held back something. She was testifying and now she's not coming. How does his defense team know she's not coming? It was his defense team that said she's not coming. How do you know that? And here we go now with the tampering of evidence, because Jane, when we get to that testimony, I don't know when they're releasing those transcripts. We still trying to get through these. But Jane, I don't know if Diddy is losing his mind or not. I don't know that. If he's losing his mind or if he's just still thinking that I'm just as powerful as I was when I was out there on the block, right? Because why would you call that girl on a recorded phone line to try to persuade her to say that she wanted the freak offs to happen? And she pushed back and gave him resistance. And he said, you still want your bills paid, don't you? And then he gets off the phone and calls Pierre Harvey, make sure her bills is paid. She don't want no money. She didn't sue for anything. She don't want any of that. So it's not like she has anything to gain. So it's going to be very interesting just to hear what the content creators that are in the courtroom, what they're saying. But baby, we dig in these official court documents because we found out stuff where some stuff has not been correct. And some things have been was interpreted incorrectly. So anyway, so that's why we digging into these transcripts. All right, let's go. So and again, congratulations to Cassie Ventura on the baby boy. I just love that for her. So anyway, let's go. So Miss Gavin says you can take that down. So we on the D-Rock down here. Here go another name that just keeps coming up. What about Government Exhibit 28204? Yes, that's Uncle Polly. Uncle Polly, are you coming in? Let us know how you're coming in. Flex that damn Gina. Listen, I had to go back and watch because I was trying to figure out who was victim number. I was like, is Gina Jane? But nah, Gina ain't Jane. Gina is not Jane. Listen, a lot of people are saying this. See, man, it is ultimately his decision. They can't stop him. But I know Brian Steele is like, bruh. Bruh, we already, they're not picking up over here in New York in this federal court, what we was putting down there. This ain't Fulton County, bruh. And the judge has told them in so many words, like, listen, what, like, Brian still done got shut down a couple times. Still doesn't take away from him being the beast that he is. Still doesn't take away from that. Still, I don't like the way people don't know who Nicole Westmoreland is. And I have a theory about why Nicole Westmoreland is a part of Diddy's team. It has nothing to do with ethnicity or color. And I'm not going to say why I think so. That's just something I'm just not willing to say. People got to do their research on Nicole Westmoreland. See if y'all can figure it out. It'll be a benefit to him. I got this woman on my team, and she would never, I guess that's how it would look. But nah, I'm not buying that. Let's go. How do you recognize these individuals? I spent many years around them. Did they work for Sean? Yes. And what was their role again? They were both security. And are these true and accurate photos of D-Rock and Uncle Paulie? Yeah. Miss Johnson, excuse me, that's Miss Johnson is talking. The government offers government exhibit 28202 and 28204. No objection. They will be admitted. If you can please publish them to the jury, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, I believe you testified earlier that it was D-Rock who had taken a phone from you before. Is that right? Yes. Is that the individual depicted in government exhibit 2A202? What you objected to? Allie said objection. Right. How does the defense know she is not? Yes, that blew my daggone mind. Like, yeah, how do y'all not know she's not? How do you know she's not coming? Yeah, because it's a reason why they know. Oh, Lord, take the wheel. And did he think that he can use another inmate's account and they're not going to figure it out? Come on. Listen, you got calling Kanye, and Kanye got the conversations all on the social media. What? Martin never said that last fight. It's a Mandela effect of flesh of the goddamn Gina, like Martin Lawrence. Oh, okay. It's a Mandela effect. Yeah. So is that the individual? So yeah, let's get, you can take that down. So it says, can you please pull up the identification? Government exhibit 28201 and 28205 for the court and the parties only. Ms. Ventura, starting with government exhibit 28201. Do you recognize this individual? Yes. Who is that? Roger Bonds. Now, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards Roger Bonds is going to testify because the people, the inner circle, the inner workings, inner circle for Love on top, Tucci on bottom, they have started to flip. They are taking immunity deals, baby. And they up there singing. So, and on the right, we know Roger Bonds, he's all over here on YouTube. So listen, I don't know if he going, because he felt bad and all that kind of stuff. Listen. And on the right-hand side, government exhibit 28205, do you recognize that individual? Yes. Who is that? Ruben Sandy. How do you recognize these individuals? I spent many years around them as well. And what roles did they have? Security. Did they work for Sean? Yes. The government offers government exhibit 28201 and 28205. No objection. They will be admitted. Can you please publish those to the jury? Miss Gavin. Can you please publish those to the jury, Miss Gavin? Miss Ventura, you testified that 28201 depicts Roger Bonds, right? Yes. And the other exhibit 28205 is Ruben Sandy, correct? Correct. She says correct. Did Ruben Sandy go by any nicknames? Rube. Yep. You can take those down, Ms. Gavin. Finally, can you pull up government exhibit 28203 for identification for the court and the parties only? Ms. Ventura, do you recognize who's depicted in government exhibit 28203? Yes. Who is this? That's Fahim. He was a security driver for Sean. When you say security and or driver, what's that position? He's the main driver, but he also provides security. Okay. How do you recognize Fahim? I was around him quite a bit. The government offers government exhibit 28203. It will be admitted. No objection. Can you please publish the exhibit to the jury, Miss Gavin? You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, which of the people in those photos we just looked at came to look for you when you did not answer Sean's calls? D. Rock. Lord. How frequently were you in Sean's residences when you dated him? All the time. Which, if any, of Sean Combs had safes? They all did. How do you know that? Because I saw them. And who else, to your knowledge, had access to the safes besides you? Security. Sometimes, again, a trusted assistant. When you say security, would that cover all the individuals whose photos we just looked at? Yes. How frequently did you access safes in Sean's residences? Not super frequently, but I had access to them occasionally. For what reason would you have access to the safes? If Sean needed me to get money out or somebody asked me to get something out of it, on those occasions, what, if anything, did you observe inside the safes? I mean, there was always cash, jewelry, sometimes like tapes and SD cards from cameras, pow pals. Yeah, it depended on which safe. Okay, you mentioned tapes from cameras. Are you referring to videotapes? Yes, videotapes. And you mentioned Pal Pals. Which residences did you see Pal Pals inside the safes? I saw in New York, Los Angeles, and Miami, and also Alpine, New Jersey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Can you describe the size of the guns you saw inside the safes in those four residences? I only ever saw hand Pal Pals. When, if ever, have you seen Pal Pals outside of Sean's safes? A few times. Who had the Pal Pals when you saw them outside of the Sean safe? They were just laid out by security. They were just on the table. Do you recall an incident involving Sean and Suge Knight? Yes. Were Sean and Suge Knight friends or rivals? They were rivals. Ooh, can you describe what happened? Sean and I were having a freak off at one of his homes in LA. And I just remember we were kind of like just chilling at this point. And D Rock came in and he said that Suge was down at Mel's Diner, which was just right down the hill. And they quickly packed up and drove down there. What was your reaction? I was crying. I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid. I just was really nervous for them. I didn't know what it meant, what they were going to do. Did they return? They did. Have you ever handled Sean's Pal Pals? Handled? I've been handed, yeah, but scared. Who handed a Pal Pal to you? I don't know specifically who, but it was some security in the car. Approximately when did this happen? This happened later on in our relationship. We were going to a club hosting in downtown LA. And what do you recall about that night? I remember we took mushrooms and I was really like high and I was handed the Pal Pal to just hold in my bag. But I was just freaking out the whole time that it was going to go off. I hadn't used or learned to operate a Pal Pal at that point. So what did you do after the Pal Pal was in your bag? At what point? You mentioned that the Pal Pal that you were handed, um, a Pal Pal in your bag. How long was it in your bag? It was in my bag for the duration of the club visit. So like about an hour and a half. And how did you feel while the Pal Pal was in your bag? Just terrified. I didn't want anybody to touch me, come near me. I just stayed like sitting in the bag. You testified that who else was present when the Pal Pal was put in your bag? There was a driver and security. I just don't know exactly who. Was Sean present? He was. What, if anything, strike that? After you left the club, what did you do with the Pal Pal? As soon as we got in the car, I gave it to whoever the security was. Just didn't want it. Why did you do that? I had no idea why I had it in the first place. And I just wanted to not be holding a loaded Pal Pal if I was. And aside from the time you just described, when the Pal Pal was in your bag at the club, do you recall handling Sean's Pal Pal at any other time? I recall handling. Objection to Sean's Pal Pals. I'll rephrase, Your Honor. All right. Aside from the time a Pal Pal was in your purse at the club, Do you recall handling Pow Pows at any other time? Yes. Can you tell me about that? It's a vague memory. Just they came out here and there. The Pow Pows were taking out here and there. So just like I always felt like it was just a little bit of a scare tactic. I didn't really know for what purpose. Where were the Pow Pows taken from? From the safe? Where were the safes? In the closet in his homes? And whose homes were those? Sean's. And circling back to the Suge Knight incident, you described Sean and D Rock packing up. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by packing up? I mean, it was like I wasn't even there. They just put on a bunch of black clothes, covered up their heads, went in the safe, grabbed Pow Pows, and next thing I knew, they were in the SUV. Just objection to foundation and knowledge. Miss Johnson, can you lay some foundation on knowledge? Sure. After you saw them pack up, what did you see them do? I saw them get dressed and leave the house. And you mentioned they returned. Is that correct? Yes. Approximately how long between when they left did they return? It really wasn't that long. I couldn't imagine. It was probably like definitely less than an hour, 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes tops. I want to turn to a different topic now. Okay. You testified early on that Sean mentioned voyeurism to you. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. How did Sean describe voyeurism to you? He described voyeurism as a fantasy that he had where he would want to see me with another male and have an actual interaction talking. Yeah. Okay. He would watch. What, if anything, did Sean say to you about swinging? Swinging was brought up separately, and it was a lifestyle that he taught me about couples that switch partners. And yeah, I didn't really have too much knowledge of it. And you testified earlier that you eventually started having freak offs with Sean. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. How did the freak offs that you did compare to how Sean described voyeurism to you? Can you rephrase that? Sure, of course. Let's talk about the freak offs first. I think that will be easier. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? It was within the first like 6 months to a year. It was very early. And what, if anything, did Sean say about the identity of the other person who would be involved in the X acts? He said we wouldn't know them, that it would be would more than likely be a stranger, a uh, a male worker, or a dancer. Earlier, you also testified that Sean physically hurt you in your relationship. Do you recall that testimony? Yeah. Relative to when Sean first started physically hurting you, did the conversation about voyeurism happen? Relatively close together, I would say. Which one happened first? There was abuse first and then the conversation after. To be clear, the conversation about voyeurism. What was your reaction when Sean told you about voyeurism? I was shocked. I wasn't expecting that. I just felt really like at a loss. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to upset him if I said that it scared me, or I said anything else, said anything outside of, okay, let's try it, because I was always just down for the things that he wanted to do. I was really nervous, really, really nervous. Approximately how old were you when Sean first proposed freak offs to you? I think I just turned 22. And how long after Sean mentioned his interest in seeing you have X with another man was the first freak off? Within the first like 2 to 3 months of him telling me about it. Why did you agree to try freak off? That's a great question. I wanted to make him happy. I was in a really significantly mature relationship that I don't think I was prepared for now when I look at it. But yeah, I loved him. I didn't want him to think that I thought anything bad of him for it. I just wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off? It was at one of his homes that he was renting in Los Angeles. And where was it inside the home? In his bedroom? Miss Gavin, can you pull up for identification only government exhibit 2A627 for the court and the parties? Miss Ventura, do you recognize who is depicted in government exhibit 2A627? Yes. Who is that? That is the first escort that we ever had an encounter with. Okay. When you say encounter, do you mean a freak off? A freak off, yeah. Okay. Is this a fair and accurate photograph of the escort? Yes. The government office, government exhibit 2A627. No objection. It will be admitted. Miss, can you please publish that for the jury, Miss Gavin? Miss Ventura, do you know the name of the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A627? I don't remember. If I refer to him as the first escort, will you know who I am talking about? Yes. What did you understand his occupation to be? I understood him to be a dancer and a stripper in Vegas, I think. At this first freak off, are you aware if the first escort was paid? Yeah, he was paid. What was he paid to do? He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have relations with me. Who arranged for those first forget what I keep saying for this word right here, because I couldn't believe that they flagged it in the freaking description. Martin, okay, the QR code says not recognized. What QR code? Oh, up there? It did? I don't know. It's probably because I didn't Fletch, I haven't I don't know if I updated that. Let me take that down then. I don't know why it's not recognized. It should be. Yeah, I don't know why it's not recognized. I'm gonna take it down. It's not. I'll just. Yeah. It's just. I haven't changed it, so I don't know. I don't know. So I guess it would be just the link for that. It would just be the link. In here that should work. Like I don't know why that's not working. I'm gonna have to check that out. Oh, he was talking about the one up here. That was for Cash App. The one that is on the screen normally. I don't know why it's not working, but yeah, the link works, so I don't know. I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I had the thing here for. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's not working. I think what's the name? Yeah, Flash, don't you? Oh, you probably don't know where them links at. Where you had the link? I don't know. So yeah, so she says she don't remember. Got so many of them. I don't know what the heck I got. I don't know. What's the name? I think Alec, if you could just drop it in the like, I can't even find it on my page. On here. So the link for the Cash App and the Chime is together. So yeah, I understood him to be a dancer or a stripper in Vegas, I think. At this freak off, well, are you aware if the first escort was paid? Oh yeah, we did that. Okay, so yeah, he was paid. What was he paid to do? He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse. Relations with me. Who arranged for the first escort to be present at the first freak off? Sean did. What, if any, drugs did you take at the first freak off? We took ecstasy and drank alcohol. Woo. And earlier you testified that ecstasy is a pressed pill. Is that right? Yes. Was there any particular kind of ecstasy you took at the first freak off? Those were the blue dolphins that I spoke about earlier. The same pills from Miami? Yeah. At what point in the freak off did you first take the ecstasy before anything started? Who provided the ecstasy? At what point in the freak off did you first take the ecstasy? That's a question. She said before anything started. Who provided the ecstasy to you? Sean. What did you wear at the first freak off? Specifically, I don't know exactly, but it was definitely an outfit from a X store, Hustler or something, with some really high platform shoes, dancing shoes. Did y'all see the 9 pair of shoes that they got in the raid? Come on, Brother Love. Brother Love was not playing. Brother Love was not playing about. Listen, he's on a whole nother. Oh no, here we go. Somebody did something here. Flash, is that you? It's not showing me. Yeah, I guess because I took it down, but it's saying something about why it's not. Okay, let me see something. It's giving me a 1 up here on the Q. All right, so let me see something. Did you must have used the thing and did it must have. Let me just hide this. Hold on a minute. Because so why is it not working from there? Like that's, I don't know. Oh no, that's not no. And I don't have charm. I don't know. Something with a QR code is up here, and I don't know how. No, it's something up here. It says 1 up here, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this QR code means up here. I don't know. And I click over. I don't see nothing over here on the side. So I'm just gonna. Are they telling me I can put up one? I'll figure that out later. I don't know what this thing is saying. It's saying that it was 1 QR code. Okay. So she said her platform, something with a really hard platform shoes, dancing shoes. So what, if anything, did you do to disguise your appearance? On that first meeting, Sean told me that we would wear masks. So I wore a masquerade mask, and you described the really tall platform heels. Who, if anyone, told you to wear those heels? Sean did. Can you please describe what happened at the first freak off? After we took the rugs, he had a conversation. Sean had a conversation with the dancer. And then shortly after, he came down to the room and performed and stood in the doorway and danced for a little while I just watched. And while Sean watched us, what happened next? It was just a gradual, I should say, every freak off was like directed by Sean. Like he knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such. His whole life is a production. I can't. Yo. His whole life is a production. Who got time to be doing all this? Listen. Well, I guess, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Listen. His whole god daggone life is yeah, for always. Please, let's find out. Because you know why? Because, like, from what I've been seeing, right? Like, they've never mentioned it in this trial as of yet. So I would think because, like, they're putting up his pictures and stuff like that, I think that would probably be a question that somebody would ask. So that's why, like, I'm a little like that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can find out, just let me know in the chat. Because, like, if that is the case, like, I don't want to keep saying it. Are you gonna be a co-conspirator? The man is no longer here. Like, listen, but I mean, it is what it is. His name keeps coming up. Him and Uncle Paulie. Uncle Paulie's name is really about to start ringing bells when we get to later in the trial, and not a good way. So I don't even know if the government haven't. I want to say that Captain, you just told me earlier. God daggone it, I can't even remember. The assistant captain, what is her name again? God doggone it, the schemo fog brain. It just sometimes it just pops up on me. I'm looking for it now. Because Captain Clark, I think Captain Clark gave them what they needed. As far as Kid Cudi goes, like, she corroborated his testimony. Yeah, so if you find it, because you got me going down a rabbit hole about a couple of things. Listen, all for always. Now, Kid Cudi she corroborated his story. So, and basically, which she kind of like I said, put the nail in the coffin. As it relates to tying everything into the charges that are RICO charges, even though me personally, I already thought that they proved it, because everybody that was supplying everything, everybody that was buying and supplying, because Captain Clark, Capricorn, Capricorn Clark. I keep calling her Captain. Capricorn Clark, excuse me. So everybody that was supplying and buying and helping and like, yeah, they had to be offered let me tell y'all something. I can guarantee you that even Cassie was offered immunity. I can guarantee you that Cassie was offered immunity to testify in this case. Let me tell you why. Cassie did not bring this. Cassie didn't charge him in federal court. She don't have she may have been the catalyst because she sued him civilly, right? Now, he know everything he did to her. Y'all, let's not, because I don't care. I'm trying to figure out. I'm still confuzzled when it comes to Brian Steele being on this case. I'm confused, right? And I only say that because I respect Brian Steele. Brian Steele came out at the end because remember the attorney Rico. And that's not a joke. That's for real. His name was Rico. He was fighting a Rico, but his name was Rico, right? He left. They didn't tell us why Rico left. But so Brian Steele is the replacement and Nicole Westmoreland, right? But I don't think that Brian Steele from the gate would agree to saying that Puffy was guilty of anything. These people have said that he's guilty of these things, these things, these things, and these things, but you haven't charged him with that. But there is a way some of those things that he said that they say he are guilty, it can tie into Rico. Rico is a very broad statute, and this is on a federal level. This ain't Fulton County. But I still don't think that Brian Steele really had too much to do with their opening statement. He didn't have nothing to do with them dumb questions that Agnafilo was asking. I don't think that Brian had anything to do with that. I just don't. Just watching Brian in the appellate courts fighting cases to be, on appeal, like watching him in this YSL trial and other things. That's just not Brian to me. It's just not Nicole Westmoreland, because these other attorneys are asking dumb questions because, Diddy got mad and showed who he was in court in front of the jury already and to everybody else that's in the courtroom. So they start asking the questions that he was pushing, like crush, like one day, right? Nicole Westmoreland was not doing that. She said, I'm not doing it. I'm not, like, basically, they were saying, she said, she didn't say anything. It was just her gestures. Like, I don't know if Diddy got it or not. Nicole Westmoreland was like, yeah, oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, balled up the paper and threw it, asked her question. Like, both Brian Steele and Nicole, I'm not taking anything from the other attorneys. I just never really, tune into them like that. And I know Shapiro is supposed to be like, but I don't think that that Nicole, Brian Steele had anything to do with the opening statement. I don't think he did. And I don't think that Brian Steele would think it's a good idea to get up there and say, oh, he's guilty of this. Oh yeah, he's guilty of this, but he's not guilty of that. Not when the state told you that we're building the case step by step. Everybody wanted them to come out the gate with the hard stuff. No, we're building these pieces block by block, block by block, brick by brick, brick by brick. And now you can see they already have started introducing the evidence. And what people are wasn't paying attention to when the Punisher was on the stand. I got a problem with the Punisher. I don't like the title of his book. I gotta find it. I gotta find the title of that book he got out. Punisher, what are you doing? Because you suffer from what are you really wrote a book entitled it that, but okay. I guarantee you he uh he got some he got some great sales because the people advertise for him. But yeah. So let's get back to this. So all right, so let's go. So she said it was just a gradual, I should say, every freak off was like directed by Sean. Like he knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such. So over that first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer and talking to each other, and then eventually had to put oil on each other. Yeah, you use the word session. What do you mean by session? A session in a freak off would be like one full time with the male worker until basically they finish up to they uh for always I'm gonna say rejaculated. That's I don't know what word that is, but that's rejaculated. Yeah, rejaculation. Okay, till he rejaculation. I don't know. The long as I don't say that, because you can't say that on here. So would a session include all of the X acts that led up to rejaculation? Yeah, it would be pretty standard. Yeah. Do you recall how many sessions you had with the first male worker at the first freak off? I believe we had at least two. Yeah. And you testified earlier that the first male worker was paid. How were you aware that he was paid? I knew because Sean told me. What, if anything, did Sean say to you about paying the escort? That he had to go pay him and he went and paid him? Approximately, oh, I done said the word. Approximately how much, if you know, was the male worker paid? I don't know specifically. I just know that male workers were paid in the thousands. After this first freak off, how did you feel? Well, I was high, so there wasn't too much feeling. I think it was a mixture of dirty and confusion with like, okay, he's really happy with me and I did something right. So just really confusing. I didn't know what was going to happen after that. I didn't know if we were going to be doing it more frequently because I was willing to. I didn't know. So what, if anything, did you tell Sean about how you felt about the first freak off? I honestly don't remember. Did there come a time when Sean proposed another freak off? Yes. How soon after? It was pretty soon after, within weeks. How would you respond? It was the same nervousness feeling, like what am I going to do? I can't say no, like I've already done it and I ultimately said yes. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? Just didn't want to make him upset. Yeah, I didn't want to make him upset. I didn't want to make him angry and regret having told me about this experience that was so personal. I like his trust meant a lot to me at that point. What concerns, if any, did you have about Sean becoming upset with you? There were concerns, objection, leading, grounds. Did you say leading? Yes, that's overruled. Miss Ventura, do you want me to re-ask the question, please? You testified that you were concerned that Sean might be upset with you. Yeah. What concerns, if any, did you have if Sean was upset with you? His anger, really? His mood changed? Like what that was going to do to the rest of the day, and just how he felt about me and our relationship. So it could be different things. How frequently did you have freak offs with Sean after they started? After they started, they became almost weekly, I would say. And how, if at all, did that frequency change over time? It became more depending on if we were spending time with each other, it would become less. But it was weekly for a consistent amount of years. What? What? Y'all, listen. And approximately what year was the last freak off? The final freak off, 2017, 2018. And you testified earlier that the approximate duration of a freak off was, I think, like 2 to 3 days. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. Is that accurate? Yes. How long were you awake during the freak off? The whole time. Did you get any sleep? No. Did you want to sleep? Yes. How did you stay awake that whole time? The drugs honestly helped. What kind of rugs kept you awake? Well, ecstasy and Molly for sure. We started to do other rugs like Schnoss cane later on. Who gave the ecstasy? Sean. Who gave you the Molly? Sean. Who gave you the Schnoss cane? Sean. You testified earlier that the longest freak off was 4 days. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. Who decided when a freak off was over? I mean, ultimately, it would be Sean. Discuss it and say this is the last one. And then hopefully that would be the last one. And when you say the last one, are you referring to a session? To a session, yes. Between when the freak off started and when they ended in approximately 2017 or 2018, do you recall every freak off you participated in? No, that would be impossible. What are some of the reasons that would be impossible? The frequency, the drug use. Just it was crazy times. And that same time period, did you want to engage in every freak off that you participating in? No. Why is that? I just felt like it was all I was good for to him. I just felt pretty horrible about myself. I felt disgusting. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words to like put together at the time, like how horrible I really felt. And I couldn't talk to anybody about it. So you testified a few moments ago, excuse me, that you did freak offs because you did not want to make Sean angry. Yeah. During your relationship, what did Sean do when he was angry? He would be violent with me. Um, his look would just change over. He would just become a different person and just didn't know what was going to happen. When you say his look would change over, what do you mean by that? The best way um, for me to describe it is like his eyes go black. Um, just it's the version of him that I was in love with was no longer there. Um, hold on, y'all. Let me. Um, give me 1 second. All right. Okay, so when you say his look would change over, what do you mean by that? The best way. Okay, so oh yeah, we say the best way she can describe his eyes went black. Were there any parts of Freak Offs that you enjoyed the time spent with him? And what about the time spent with him did you enjoy? Just at that time, just I'm sorry, just the one-on-one time I would get because there was always so many people around and I did feel very close to him. So as sad as it was, I thought that like it was the only time I could get. And when you said the only time you could get, are you referring to the freak offs? Yeah, yes. And specifically, are you referring to the one-on-one time with Sean? Yes. Okay. What, if any, discussions did you have with Sean about not wanting to participate in free calls? I definitely brought it up, but gently because I didn't want to upset him or make him angry with me for even sharing it. But I just tread it lightly when I would bring it up. Sometimes I would email him about it. Like I didn't want to, I just didn't want anything bad to happen. When you say you didn't want anything bad to happen, what do you mean by anything bad? I mean, anything bad could be him being violent, but also him just saying, okay, well, I'll find somebody else to do it with. Like, when you really care about somebody and you're in love with them, you don't want to disappoint them. So when you would talk to Sean about how you were feeling, how much of your concerns were you able to express to him? Objection leading. Maybe you can rephrase. Miss Ventura, you said earlier that you would talk to Sean gently about how you were feeling. Do you recall that? Yes. Why would you talk to him gently? I just never wanted him to feel like I judged him for it, but I wanted him to know that like this made me feel doing this made me feel horrible. It made me feel worthless. That like I didn't have anything else to offer him. How would he respond when you would say things to him like this? He was pretty dismissive. I find that I expressed myself quite a bit and it just kind of went like he didn't really care, like it was unheard. Objection, grounds, speculating about whether or not he really cared. That's overruled. Miss Ventura, you said Sean was dismissive. Yes. When you expressed these concerns, what did you do? I'm sorry. It's okay. You testified that Sean was dismissive. Do you remember that? Yes. What would he say to you when you expressed concerns? He would say he would call me predictable. He would be like, I know you don't want to do the freak offs anymore. I already know what you're thinking. At that point, I would try to backpedal and say, no, no, no. You know, I was predictable. How frequently would this happen? Frequently enough. Yeah, I said it more than once, more than a handful of times. Miss Ventura, I'm going to Miss Gavin, can you please pull up for identification for the parties in the court only government exhibit 3A107? Miss Ventura, do you recognize what this document is? Yes. What is it? It's an email between me and Sean. How do you recognize it? Our names. And is this a true and accurate communication between you and Sean? Yes. Ms. Johnson, the government would offer government exhibit 38117 at this time, pursuant to the stipulation in government exhibit 1302, paragraph 1. No objection. All right, it will be admitted. Ms. Gavin, could you please publish to the jury, if it's possible, to put page 1 and page 2 side by side? Ms. Ventura, I'm going to direct you to the very bottom communication on page 2. Do you see where that is? Yes. Okay. Who is that communication from? At the very bottom is from me. Okay. The name says BG Nunu Pin. Yeah. Baby girl was my name. I was called. Is baby girl named Sean called you? Yes. Who was this communication to? Child. No. Ain't y'all no. Ain't no way in the world. Listen, this this is the Pop Pop. Who is Pop Pop? Sean. Oh my God, Sean. No. No. Who is Sean is Pop Pop. So you remember Young Miami was in the audience with the sign talk about go Poppy. I can't take it. I cannot take it. Why did you call Sean Pop Pop? There was a period early on in our relationship where he wanted me to have a nickname for him, and I didn't want to call him anything that anyone else had called him. So he asked me what I called my grandfather. Y'all, and I said Pop Pop. Y'all, you know what? Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? I do remember that now. For always. Yeah. Yep. I do remember that he did. Yep. From the Yin Yang Twins. Yep. So no, this D Rock is still alive. So I could go on here with my comment. I just didn't want to be disrespectful because they saying this D Rock coming to court. Are you going to be a co-conspirator or are you going to be a witness? So yeah. So yeah, that's why I was like, I'm sure they would have brought that, they would have said that in this case. Like, because he is mentioned a lot of times in this case. So yeah, I do remember now that you put it here. I do remember that from D-Rock from the Yin Yang Twins passed from lymphoma. May he rest in peace. But wait a minute. Now, why she told what she used to call her grandfather? Y'all, I'm not doing this with Diddy. I'm not Diddy. Not Pop Pop. Not her grandfather's nickname. I just cannot. So what's the date of this first message? April 19th of 2010. I cannot. I'm just at a loss for words with the pop situation. Like I didn't. Hold on a minute. My daughter. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me tell her. Never mind. All right. So April 19, 2010 was the date on the messages. So okay, one more question about nicknames for you. Besides Baby Girl, are there any other nicknames that Sean had for you? He called me CC. What does CC stand for? Cassie Combs. Yo, why he playing in her face like this? Why is he playing in this young girl face like this? Cassie Combs. Another mind screw. Y'all know I want to say mind F. Where my sensor button? I don't know if my sensor button won't go off or not, but this is all psychological. Like a lot of this is just is like it's a psychological. Cassie Combs, child, he probably sitting there cracking up because they said at times he laughs. He shakes his head and agrees in agreement. I don't think he realized he was shaking his head in agreement when Capricorn, Clark was on the stand, but they said you can tell when somebody's saying something that's true. He kind of like drops his head down a little bit and looks down, and he has this look on his face, like yeah, it is, yeah. Cassie Combs, I can't get over that. Like y'all, come on now. This man is very calculated. This. So in this first message, what is the subject line? It says, I really need to F. Tuck. Bermuda T, put the F. Who sent that email? I did. How does Sean respond to your message in the next communication? He says, so who you gonna F? Want to call someone? What is your understanding of what want to call someone is referencing? Want to call someone is like want to call a male worker for a freak off. That's what he does. It's all psychological with him. Everything with each and every person that he has an interaction with. And let me tell y'all something. I am somebody that gives Krishan Rock grace. She's a young girl finding her way. It's a lot of people that's going through what she's going through, even worse. And it's not televised for the world to see. I really don't appreciate the relationship, that her and Blue was in. I don't appreciate, the way, like, anything about it. The abuse, from either one of them, but like really, he really, like, it was a lot. The whole thing with the two of them, like, is that Blue is really in love with this girl. It is just what it is, right? But I'm saying this to say that Blue is very territorial. He is very, and when it came to Krishan, the one thing that I will respect him for, if I don't respect him for nothing else, is that he told Krishan, I'm not going to just let you loose in this music industry, because you're going to have to screw somebody to get to the level that you want. You're going to have to do favors. You're going to have to do something with somebody, right? They broke up. This is when she started making different music. He was writing diss songs for his baby mother, so she wrote a couple diss songs for him. So she went to a party. This party was at Diddy's house. She was with Zeus, the Zeus Network at the time, Lemuel Plummer, right? So he met her, and Diddy met her, and she said he said to her, "Oh, hey, oh my God, it's so nice to meet you." He hugged her. He was smiling. You know, the charming. He just charming. Now, mind you, hun, Blue, they on the outs. Everybody know it because everything is all over the internet. So he says hi to Lemmy. She said he shakes Lemmy's hand, and then he yoked Lemmy up and told him, "You better treat her right and do the right thing by her." After that, her and Blue started messing around again. That is the one time that I was glad that she went back to him. Because, baby, if you couldn't see, I said, "Oh my gosh, no." That is how he starts. And she was like, "Oh my God." Like, I don't think I think that would have been like a big match for him. I think he would have been, I think he probably knew that she would have been too much for him, because they would have, we would have been lumping up each other. You probably would have needed to get some of these security guards to jump in and help handle her. I'm just saying she got hands. But when she told the story, because like she's just like everybody's so accepting of her. A lot of people wanted to work with her, but they didn't want to work with her while she was with Blue. So at this point, I was like, when she said it, I was like, "Oh no!" Like, no. She was like, "Oh my God, he had the biggest bed in his backyard." She was just, describing it. She never went inside. It was a party going on outside, and she went to it with Zeus. But thank goodness that she was so into Blue at the time, because could y'all just see him telling her, "Oh, you're unique. You have a unique sound. I could do this, that, and the third with you." And then the abuse would start. But the thing about Krishan, she not trying to have nobody else come in no bedroom with her. She gonna be like, "Nope." She'll tell you that. I'm not into that. I'm not into that. Mm-mm. But at that time, that was the one time that I was glad, because I said, "Ooh, you met Diddy. Okay, that's nice. Well, where? I'm like, what else happened?" Because I was shivering, like, no, please. And then let me tell y'all something, what I saw. Young Miami, come to the carpet, please. Young Miami, I need you to come down to the carpet, please, when I say this. Let me tell y'all what I saw after she went to Diddy's house, right? I'm looking. So her and Blue is really going at it. So 1 minute they're together, next minute they not. So Krishan you start seeing Krishan. Young Miami starts inviting her out to parties. And I was like, wait a minute, hold up. It was just so awkward, because you see they pan the crowd. And Young Miami was having a party, and Krishan is right there next to her. And I'm like, oh, no. Do y'all actually believe that Young Miami is from the street? She's with the ish. She's with the ish. That's why, she clicked and meshed with that was the city girl. That was the whole thing. Real ass about it. So they call it. Yes, they was really, really about that life. I don't care, as long as you take me shopping. Where the scammers at? All that. They were really about that life. So Miami was really about this life already. It's in her. Yeah. Her mother came home. Her mother kind of chill now. Her mother's kind of chill now. She even said her mother is look like you on one. Like, you out there. Like, girl. And granted, she may not feel like she is a victim, because she did the whole. It is very. This is another thing I don't know if y'all realize. I don't know if y'all paying attention or if you even care, but I pay attention to stuff like this, right? So, after Diddy got caught up, tied up, whatever, his whole, like, he had to step down from Revolt, everything. But is he really going from Revolt? Let me tell y'all why I'm asking this question about whether or not he's really going from Revolt. Because Young Miami's show, Carisha Please, she just started a new season of Carisha Please. Redone, set all redone. She does not, advertise Diddy on anymore. So she has some other type of liquor that she's promoting during her shows, but I forgot what she calls it. But it's not supposed to, it's nothing to do with, like, a daily on. Now you're gonna have me going back down the rabbit hole, because you know what? I need to go and look at the credits. I'm gonna just go back. I ain't gonna watch a whole show. I'm gonna just go and look at I need to look at the credits at the end of that show. I want to see something, because that was like kind of just like odd to me, right? And that's the show where she did the interview with Saucy Santana. That she the first time she ever talked about Diddy. First time she ever talked about him was on her own show, and Saucy Santana interviewed her. It was the first episode of her coming out on a new platform. But you know what? At the time, I was thinking this at the time, like, So, Diddy had to step down from this, and all this happened, and she went into hiding. Like, she was really, JT really gave her behind the kiss, like, and I get it, JT. You just did a whole bid. For me, if anybody should be mad at anybody in a situation, Young Miami had the right to be mad at JT. Hear me out. JT got locked up and had to do time right when they were in the prime of their careers, right? That girl held her down. That girl held her down, hands down. Hands down. Every show she had, everybody screaming, free JT. You had way more money when you came home than when you went in there. Legal money. This ain't had nothing to do with Diddy. Diddy wasn't in the picture yet. That was all Young Miami. She made sure you was good. She made sure the people did not forget who you were. Same thing with Cardi B. Cardi B is the one that made them pop. People can get mad and say what they want to say, but it is. That's the first time I ever heard about them was Cardi B. She uplifts these younger rappers, and she's like, these girls is dope. Y'all ain't never hear about the City Girls? They on, ad doing all this, whatever. She did a song with Young Miami and JT, whatever. She was just on the cartoon. Like, yeah. So this girl, you come home, you with little Miss Uzi Vert. Lil Uzi Vert. The miss slipped out. I'm sorry. Lil Uzi Vert. And you turned your back on this girl while she's going through this. Now, what I'm saying is, behind the scenes, you ain't have to be seen in public with her. You didn't. I probably wouldn't want to be tied to this either. But you didn't call and check on this girl either. And then you got mad when she made this public. But let me tell y'all what I do know. They was beefing ever since she came home. Right? JT been talking about her ever since she came home. This information I know. I got this information. I got a source. You was talking about this girl real bad when you first came home. When y'all was still city girls. You had this malice in your heart for this girl. And I'm like, wait, she held you down, all the way down. I can't get with people like that. I don't like people like that. You saw the Saucy Santana in the interview. Yeah, she was saying that he didn't do that. He elevated me. He did this. And I know you felt like that, but girl, out of your own mouth, irregardless as to whether you feel like you was with the ish or not, you was a part of these freak-offs. You said it out your own mouth. And then Gina, God daggone it, Gina said that Young Miami and Diddy used to be directing the freak-offs, telling the people what to do. Young Miami, you got some splaining to do. I don't know if she's going to be brought up or implicated in this case. I'm just saying. I think you was done wrong. I think that, I don't really care for JT for that because I know she held this girl down, but she gave her, the kiss because she over here being treated like a queen, king, whatever. By a boyfriend, boyfriend. Somebody she getting married and all that, but you didn't check on this girl in the background. I don't like people like that. She didn't kick you when you was down, but you, girl, you did a whole, yeah, that's what you did. It was really sad, like to hear her and to hear how she poured into her when she first came on and she brought her on Carisha, please. And she was trying to tell her, JT, do something. Like, you got to put yourself out there. Like, you can't, like, people can't, you're talented. She spoke life into you, her and Saucy Santana, on Revolt, on Carisha, please. You was holding malice in your heart for her then. Carisha probably didn't know it. I got it from a very, very, very secret place. Like, I have a very, very, very good source connected to her. And I just was like, really? You ain't even know the person like that. You was kicking Carisha back in. As a matter of fact, y'all was doing the show. You was staying in one hotel and she was staying in another. And my best friend. All right, let me, I'm gonna just, we're not gonna get into that tonight. That's the best. Yeah, they do. He be like, stop, don't. No, I'm, listen. It is what it is. They had on Balenciaga boots and a Balenciaga jacket, but what they was wearing, my friend made that for them. Y'all ain't pay them yet. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna read this till like the end. I'm about to get off here. Let me see if he gonna take. Can we get? Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna read through these text messages, and then after these text messages, y'all, I'm out of here, and I'm gonna schedule another live, to pick up where she left off because Cassie was on the stand for multiple days, and it's just a lot. Jealousy and envy is a hell of a thing. It's terrible. I don't understand how people don't get that. It is apparent in relationships. I'm talking about personal relationships. The husband and wife relationships, friend relationships. It's just people that you meet, just thinking that it's not cute. I don't like that. Either you rock with me or you don't. But I'm just saying, the girl was incarcerated for a good amount of time. Young Miami got out here scared and all, nervous and all. Cardi B gave them the platform, gave Young Miami the platform to perform at one of her shows. Made that helped make that song hot. The one where they had the dancing contest in it. They didn't leave JT out of it. JT came home and was chasing the other girl that don't like Cardi B. So now you got a problem with people. How? That's all I'm saying. Loyalty is not loyalty in the world that we live in today. That's why I don't freak with people like that. This is hard for me to. I can't. It can. It can cost you a lot. Everything. I can't. I can't get with people. People be so phony nowadays. Like, and so I just let some people be. Like, you know what? I just let people do what they do. And I just keep pushing at Survivor Speaks. That's who I am. A very supportive of a lot of different people. Unless you do something to me, or I even let people play in my face sometimes. I don't. I mean, it is what it is. I'm still gonna be who I am, though. All right, let me just go ahead with this. So, we're gonna go through these text messages real quick, and then I'm out of here. I'll schedule another live so that we can continue. So that we can get on to day 3. I really want to get to her best friend's testimony. So let's see what happens for tomorrow. I'll see what type of schedule I can set up. So, and when you sent the communication, I really need to ask, why did you send that? Because I wanted to be with him, and that was my way of saying it. And when you said you want to be with him, are you referring to Sean? Sean specifically? Yes. During your relationship with Sean, who did you want to have X with? I wanted to have X with him. Did you want to have X with the male workers? No. So turning now, Miss Gavin, we can take that down. If you could blow up the bottom communications on page 1. So directing your attention to the first communication, your response, what do you respond to Sean saying want to call someone? I say, I want to F you. Are you crazy? Why do you respond that way? Oh, yeah. Oh, that one. Let me tell you, that one was crazy for always. Yeah, that's still. Yeah, she is correct. And then, did you see her latest interviews? How she's trying to twist it? I said, girl, if you don't. Parole, y'all hear what she's saying? You don't underlie Selena, the one of the greatest. She did Latin music, and she did some music, in English. She was a beautiful person. I watched that movie so many times. The movie they did of her life where J-Lo played her. Oh my God! I mean, if they say if it's true what they say, she was hilarious. She was just like in her prime. Like, man, you took this lady out because you were stealing from her, and she caught you. Anyway, Miss Gavin, why do you respond that way? She said, because that's exactly how I felt. I didn't want to call anyone. So, Miss Gavin, if you can take that down. So starting from that point, I'm going to read Sean's messages, and you'll read your messages through to the end. Okay. So just joking. I want to talk to you about something tomorrow. Going to sleep. Love you. Is it going to stress me out? What is it about? Freak off. It can wait. It's not a big deal. Now you don't want to do it anymore. Oh, I already know. You so predictable. Really? Okay. Since that's definitely what it was, we'll leave it at that then. Since I'm so predictable. Have a good night. Whatever, baby. I'm not going to play no games with you, and you ain't going to keep shutting me down. I'm not shutting you down. I never do. If anything, it's always the other way around. I wasn't going to say I didn't want to do it anymore. What were you going to say? So directing your attention to Sean's message and about the middle of the page saying, now you don't want to do anymore. What did you understand him to be referring to in that message? That he knew that I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore. And how did you react after Sean sent this message where he said, now you don't want to do it anymore? I already know you so predictable. I mean, I tried to backpedal. I said, yeah, okay. Since that's definitely what it was, just kind of playing it off or trying to. Why would you backpedal in situations like this? Because I didn't want to make him angry. Like, directing your attention to, I'm sorry, Miss Gavin, can you take that down the top? If you can blow up the top, please, the first two. Directing your attention to the end of your message here where you said, I wasn't going to say I didn't want to do it anymore. Yes. Is that accurate? Accurately how I felt? Yes. No. Why do you say that if that wasn't how you felt? Just didn't. I really didn't want to make him think I didn't want to do it anymore. I didn't want him to be upset or not trust me. You said you didn't want him to be upset during your relationship. What did Sean do when he was upset? He would be a scary person. He could be violent or also just somehow figure out how to make it happen anyway, no matter how uncomfortable it made me. When you say make it happen anyway, what does they refer to? The freak off. Okay, Miss Gavin, you can take down this exhibit. Miss Ventura, returning back to the freak offs in the beginning, was Sean open at the freak offs about his true identity? He was not. I'm trying. How, if at all, did he disguise his identity? Well, he started with the masquerade mask. Sometimes he would wear a hat or something covering his face. Were you open about your true identity? I was not either. And what, if anything, did you do to hide your identity? The same thing as far as the mask. I would wear wigs. Who asked you to wear a wig? Sean. Who asked you to wear a mask? Sean. Over the period of time that you did freak offs with Sean, did you always wear wigs and masks? No, not always. How did that change? Eventually, I don't think it was too difficult to figure out who he was because he would talk. But eventually just be comfortable enough with the escort or person that was there to just remove the coverings. Besides a wig and a mask, what other clothes would you wear for freak offs? Always super like see-through netting outfit. It would vary. Just sexy outfit from an X store. What are some of the stores you would buy outfits at? In LA, there was a store called Pleasure Chest, Hustler on Sunset. Here in the city, there's just like little shops everywhere. In addition to the outfit you described, did you wear shoes? I did. Every time, yeah. What kind of shoes? The loose like stripper dancer shoes? Yeah. What kind of heels do the loose have? Extremely high heels. Who decided what you would wear to freak offs? I would purchase outfits and show Sean and see what he liked the best. Would you wear the outfit that Sean selected? Yep. And with respect to the high heels you talked about, for how long would you wear those high heels during the freak off? I would wear them throughout. If there was a break, I might take them off, but yeah, throughout. Wow, dang! I, let me tell you something. Even as a freaking model, what? Some days I couldn't wait to get off the runway. What? I'd be like, am I out of the sight of the people? Kick, kick. Girl, she was in these freak offs for like 3-4 hours sometimes. Like, oh, I could wear heels that long before. But the days when it lasted for 48 and say ain't no way I was wearing no shoes that long now. Come on now. That's too much. I'm not wearing I wouldn't wear heels 24 hours. I can last 8 hours because I used to work and that's what I used to wear, like heels. Not as high as the stripper heel. Like, child, did y'all see them shoes? I think them shoes was 7 inches. I think I could sling a 6-inch pump. Yeah, that's what I'll sling a 6-inch pump down the runway. But like 7. But if you know what, if you platform, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. I can give you a lesson in shoes or whatever. But platforms is easier to wear, very easier to wear. But if you wear platforms a lot of times, it messes up like your arch, so you can't go back to wearing like a regular heel with no platform because it hurts. Anyway, let's go. And with respect to high heels, you talked to about so what conversation, if any, did you have with Sean about preparing your physical appearance for a freak off? I mean, he just asked me, like, did you get a wax? Are your nails done? Do you have a tan? Just like basic lists. How long did it take to prepare your physical appearance for a freak off? It could take like all of that day time. Would that be taken up by the things you mentioned, like getting your nails done, getting a wax, getting a tan, getting supplies, everything? Yep. What if any body piercings did you have while you were dating Sean? I had my ripples pierced, and prior to way back, I had my belly button pierced and a hood piercing. Okay, so starting with the ripple piercing, when did you get the ripple piercing? I initially got one with a friend and took it out. This was like early on in LA. I just took it out. And then he made a suggestion that I do both. So the next week I went and did both. Yeah. Listen. So, and what does both refer to? So when you say he made a suggestion that you do both, who is he? Sean. And what does both refer to? Both ripples. Did you want to pierce both ripples at the time? I think I did. I took it. I took the initial one out because of the pain, but I thought it looked cool. And you mentioned a hood piercing. What's that? It's a piercing that like basically sits on your. It's a piercing, basically that sits on your. I don't even know what to say here. Your lady parts down there. That's what I'm going to say because I don't know. I don't know about your splitterus. Here you go. Your splitterus. All right. And when did you get that piercing? I got that shortly after the ripple piercings. Why did you get that piercing? Sean's suggestion. He actually came with me. Yeah. Earlier, you testified that the first freak off was at Sean's house. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. Were there any other freak offs at his house? Yeah, there were others. Which of his homes did you have freak offs in? I would say mostly all of them, except for Mapleton. Does that include his home in Miami? Yes. Does that include his apartment in New York City? Yep. You see how she's building a case here? Do you see how she's building a case here? It doesn't make a difference whether or not she clearly wasn't his girlfriend for real. Like, I wish everybody would stop saying that. I mean, that he can use that term. She could use that term all she likes. She was never the only one. This is insanity. She was his private blow up. Yes, that's a good way to put it for always. That is a great way to look at this. Because when you look at it this way, anything he wanted to do to her, he did it, and she was with it. Because she thought that she had to do everything she wanted him to do. She wanted him to love her and be with her and see her for her. She thought because, like, this man messed her up psychologically. He mind screwed this young girl. He mind to say it. What flash? Let's just say it. What? He mind screwed her. She was never his girlfriend. Never. He mind screwed her and psychologically he messed her up. He groomed her first. The continued psychological manipulation that he kept doing to this girl, like, you can even hear in the way she testifies, how she talks. It's like she's a Sean. She could just sit on the stairs. Sean. This is all she got to say. He mind screwed this girl. Like, he groomed her, mind screwed her, and messed this girl up. Yo, like, this is sad. This is sad, y'all. I don't care how you look. This is sad. But what gets me is the people out here that keep saying, like, come on, bro. Y'all don't believe her. I'm probably going to get in trouble if I say this. But let's see because somebody keep asking this question. And I keep saying, why are y'all asking this? If I'm wrong, I'm going to come on here and apologize. But why y'all keep asking this Allie Carter testifying? Y'all didn't get the memo. Come on. How long y'all going to be hoodwinked? How long are y'all going to be hoodwinked? Do y'all know that the lady that Allie Carter is with right now used to work for CPS? She was fired because of Allie Carter. Do y'all know that the reason why she got with her and she adopted her when she was 19 years old? Because CPS forbid her to be around her when she was a teenager. When she said that she was ex-trafficked to Poland, guess what? She was right where she lives at right now, right with that same woman that she is with right now. She was not supposed to be with that woman. That woman groomed her. And y'all keep saying, no, she's the real deal. She's not asking for any money. Are y'all stupid? She has a nonprofit organization that people have been donating to forever. Yeah, Allie Carter is not even her name. I got chemotherapy brain right now, but I can't remember. But I'm a look. That is not her name. If you put Allie Carter in Google, she may come up, but you're going to see a Caucasian author named Allie Carter comes up, right? That's where they got the name from. Because why you need to she trademarked the name Allie Carter. That is not her name. She has been teaching dance in California. Dang, I forgot what is the name that she was teaching under. And they said that the lady that she went, it was so creepy. You know, some parents said they were a little creeped out because she would just not leave her. She would not leave her. And I didn't follow her story as long as a lot of people have. But when I saw her, it's the first thing that came to my mind. Y'all know I worked in the Department of Corrections for 7.5 years. For 6 of those years, I booked girls in right off the street. Girls kicking from rugs. So I would see them go from looking crazy to looking like, wow, she's really a beautiful woman outside of whatever, whatever has a hold on her when she's on the street. And I would try to talk to the girls. Like, you don't have to do this. You could get help. You can do sometimes I would talk, like some of them wanted to just talk to people sometimes. Some girls really, really wanted to get it together. And they really wanted to talk to somebody. So I would talk to them like, yeah, okay. So what do you want to talk about? Let's go. What you got to say? Let's go. When I first saw Allie Carter, she was pacing back and forth she was doing a video, right? Y'all got to pay attention, right? I looked at an old video when she was talking about the people that did something to her in the industry, right? I looked at it. That's all she was saying. She was saying nothing else. Around election time, she started saying, when she said that Joe Biden slept with her and he got a 7-inch, you know what? I said, this bitch is crazy. She lying. And she said, oh, and Hunter Biden too, because he got an 8-inch one. And then she started talking about everybody that was in support of whatever the party that is over there. And then her mother was coming out with all these crazy theories. I said, oh, okay. Yeah. But the first time I saw her talking on screen, I said, this girl is on rugs. And when they first put the camera on her mother, when I first saw her, I said, oh, they on rugs, y'all. They gone. Pew! Yeah, I'm not falling for that. So for people to say, oh no, she's really, what about the children? What about tell her to show you who she saved? She's been talking about this stuff for a long time. Who did you save? We need proof. A lot of things that y'all seeing are orchestrated. It's orchestrated. She's an actress. Stop being hoodwinked, y'all. When you have a nonprofit organization, you pay yourself. Yeah. All of that money don't go to nowhere. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to say that. There are some cancer foundations I will never donate to as a breast cancer survivor. Never, ever, ever. I won't give them a red cent. Ever. Never, 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 never. Never. You got these people flying around in jets on the backs of breast cancer. All types of stuff. But you got to look at, oh yeah, we got this name plastered all over everything. But when I have a woman that comes to me and says, can I talk to you? I've been diagnosed with breast cancer. Can I talk to you? Sure. Let's see if we can get you some help. And you call these organizations, they are always out of funds. How? How? I'll wait. How? How are y'all always out of funds? Y'all get all these donations for this reason. You have women out here that need help because they're in chemo treatment. They cannot work. Chemo takes a lot out of you. It takes a lot out of you. It takes everything from you. Chemo, cancer doesn't. This is why I was so mad when Kim Zolciak from the Housewives of Atlanta, when her hair was falling out or some bull crap like that, she's like, oh, I think I got cancer. I wanted to go through the screen and strangle her. I did. You don't get, your hair doesn't fall out from cancer, from having cancer. The chemotherapy takes your hair out. That's what takes your hair out because it's killing all of the cells that you have in your body. The tip of the cell of your hair is a cell. That's why they lose all of the hair. Your hair just don't fall out just because they say you got cancer. So I just get tired of people playing on the backs or playing in the name of cancer. Stop. And all of these people out here getting these funds, I'm telling you, I'm just not into like bringing somebody's foundation down. That's you. You gotta, that's your karma that you gotta deal with. But it's really disheartening when a woman or a man, because we are ending the stigma here and bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. I'm just speaking specifically to breast cancer right now. I don't just advocate for people for breast cancer. I advocate for people for cancer, period. Right? It's something that I do in private. The only way you will know that I am working or advocating with someone is if I do something publicly and I get permission to do it before I do it. But for the most part, I just do what I do on my own and nobody knows nothing about it. Because sometimes I get upset because people are always like, oh, let's pull together and let's do this. And yeah, and you put something out here, somebody's really out here battling this disease. You steady giving to these foundations. These foundations are not giving anything to people with freaking cancer. I just want to let y'all know. I'm telling y'all that. When I get, people that ask me to work, can I speak to you? I'll be a breast cancer survivor. I'm come 18 years, going on 18 freaking years. Praise God for that. But so people will come to me and say, can I help you? Can I talk to you about, breast cancer? And I speak to people because sometimes I go off on people and it's not for anybody else to hear. It's for because I'm that passionate about this. Right. And so my thing is like, if it's somebody like, I'll call around and see if they have any funding, if you need help with this, that, and the third. And the reason why I do that is because think about somebody that's fighting cancer. I don't know if you never had cancer, if you could put yourself in that person's plate, in that person's shoes, because you've never had, you've never been through it, right? You never had to go through chemo. You never had to get shots that make your bones hurt. I never thought that your bones could hurt. I never thought it was a thing. I would have never thought that. But it's a thing. Because of an injection that they give you, because cancer is killing all the cells in your body, your white bone marrow is not producing the white cells that fight infection. And your white blood count has to be a certain level in order for you to get your chemo treatments. If your white blood count is not at a certain level, they will skip that treatment. You will have to, they'll tell you, you know what, you gotta come back next week. Let's see if we can try it again next week. Your blood count is not what it is. So they give you this injection. What it does is it your white your bone marrow produces so many white blood cells. They give you this injection, so it kind of creates triple the amount of it makes your bone marrow work over time, like so that it creates way more white blood cells than it usually would, right? The only thing, it makes your bones hurt. All every bone in your body, it hurts. So imagine every time you get chemo, in my case, you have to take this injection like the following day. And so that you're down, you're out of it. Imagine calling somewhere and saying we help cancer patients. People don't know where to turn. I had a good job. I had insurance. I got 100% of my pay when I was out fighting. Everybody's not as fortunate as I was. I tell people don't understand. God set me up lovely when I was diagnosed. People don't get that. But I can't. I mean, people don't understand. They can't get that. It's not for anybody else to understand. It's the faith that I have. So, but imagine somebody calling. They didn't have the things that I had when I was diagnosed. They didn't have access to the things I had. Imagine somebody getting cancer and calling they're giving this list like, okay, so this is the list of people that you could call. They should be able to help you. And you go down that whole list and not everybody is out of funds. When y'all getting funds back in? Because it seems like y'all been out of funds all year. Meanwhile, you got people losing their jobs, stuff like that. Like, people that don't know that they have rights. Yeah, some of these companies will take advantage of them. You cannot do that. Are you sick? Are you crazy? But yeah, I'm just saying, there is one in New Jersey. I know there is one. I know of one place that helps cancer survivors. They actually have a house that they built that if you are going through chemo treatment, if you call them, they will bring you there like for a weekend and give you like just the best experience, like massage, all the stuff. They pamper you. Like, it's a group of women. They they donate their time, and that's what they do. But some of these other foundations, I'm mad now, y'all. I'm sorry I went off on a tangent. So I'm gonna just come on back to this tomorrow. I'm just saying, people keep asking, and people just keep asking, like, when is Allie Carter testifying? She ain't. She said that in a video. Y'all didn't hear her? Y'all wasn't listening? And how she get you to stop listening to what she's saying about who she's trying. She starts saying, where's the children? That's a trigger for people. I need somebody that believes her story to ask her, what children has she saved? That's it. You've been doing this for so long. You've been getting so much money for so long. Where are the children that you saved? And I'll wait. Her mother came on YouTube. Her sister came on YouTube. Her mother's a mess now. Her biological mother, yeah. Her sister said her biological mother did abuse them physically, but not Allie, though. Allie wasn't taken out of the home and put in foster care. That is a lie. She ran away because the lady that she's with right now was running a house that she's moved across the street, her mother moved across the street from them, and she started grooming her at that point. It got so bad, she started, like CPS started noticing that, like, this is not like it was really crazy. So she wound up being missing. She's with this lady the whole freaking time. Now, if anybody got her or out there on the stroll, it's the lady she with. Y'all don't hear me though. Y'all keep thinking. I hope none of y'all ain't get bamboozled or hoodwinked because somebody was on their tail. Oh, they were upset because people stopped donating because the truth was coming out. They don't want nobody to start researching them. You got people on here that are really good researchers on this YouTube. Yeah, they will go way down a rabbit hole and find out some stuff. And her daddy is right. Her daddy is not Tupac. Her daddy lives right in the same place where she is because her mama still lives there too. But her daddy don't want nothing to do with her mama, and he married to somebody else. So he really didn't want to put himself out here on YouTube. But no, her dad, they know who her daddy is. She know who her daddy is still. And it ain't Tupac. Anybody can do research and find out who Tupac's mother was, who his grandmother was, if he had any brothers, if he had any sisters. Anybody can do the research and find that out. That's not Tupac's daughter. Stop. I'm gonna get out of here with this, y'all, because I just got mad. I'm just telling y'all, watch these foundations y'all giving y'all money to. That's all I'm saying. Because they're not helping the people when they say what they help, that they say they're helping them. No, they're not. We out of funds. But you flying on a jet. You know, everybody donate. Well, you don't have no funds. This lady about to be homeless and she fighting cancer. You don't have no funds? All right, go to the next person. We don't have no funds. You go to the next person on the list. We don't have no funds. And the reason why I do that is to take the stress off of the person that is either fighting breast cancer, because to hear that is disheartening. So I'll take the blow if somebody asks me to help when it comes to that. I'll take the blow. I'll call and take the blows because it does start to weigh on you psychologically as well. Like, I need help. I can't get any help. And all these people are telling me no. They tell me no one more time. They out the funds. I might just go crazy and jump off the ledge or something. You don't want that to happen. So, I mean, it is what it is. I shut down when I need to shut down. Sometimes it becomes a lot. And I shut down when I need to shut it down. But people ask me. The only thing I can tell people is the early detection is the best protection. That saying, that slogan that they have everywhere, it's definitely true. Early detection is the best protection. That's what I tell people. And if somebody tell me, I had one lady tell me, well, I'm gonna wait 6 months and think about it. That's when I gotta go off. I'll be like, oh my gosh, they just told her she got cancer. But girl, I said, you gonna wait till what? Who told you got 6 months to wait? What hospital you going to, girl? What hospital? Who told you that? Who told you that was an option? You need to leave there immediately and go get a second opinion. You don't have time to read. You at the time I was diagnosed with breast cancer, there was over 52 different types of breast cancer. 52 different types. So it is what it is, y'all. You know what? You said, what did you say, Paul? I knew she was alive. Yeah, she ain't. When she said that Joe Biden had the 7, I said, listen. And Hunter's was 8. Then you done pull Barack Obama back into it. Girl. You're just saying everybody that you heard, that you, girl. Nope. I'm not believing that. Nope. I'm not believing that. And I'm not somebody to victim blame and do all that. I think that it's just disgusting. It is just disgusting if they have taken donations from people all of this time. And what she say that she's doing and why she's I think it is disgusting because there are real victims that are out here. How did she go to 11 high schools in 2 years? How? Y'all make it make sense. That's what the girl said. Didn't she say that? People not paying attention. She does a lot of theatrics when she's talking. People are so wrapped up in the emotion that they're not really listening to everything that she is saying. She know that speaking about children and being trafficked is a trigger for most people because it is a thing that is happening. I just think it's disgusting. So if like I said, if she come in this court and testify, I'll apologize. But they already told us that we already know about victim number 2 testified today, and victim number 3, they already said it in open court, it's Gina. So I'll wait. I just want them just show us some of the kids that you. That's an awesome thing. Do you mind, like, showing us some of the kids that you've rescued, that you've saved? Save the children. Where are the children that you saved? Where are they? Start doing research on her and see how fast that the lady that she's with don't start DMing you and inboxing you and sending you, stuff because she's trying to get you to stop. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna pick this back up. I'll send out a notification when I go live again. Of course, I'm going to end the show like I always do, by bringing awareness that men can get breast cancer too. Just because of the stigma surrounding the word breast, we have changed the word to chest and or pet cancer over here. So let's continue to break the stigma and bring awareness that men can get breast cancer too. And to all of my ladies, please be sure to get your mammograms, fill up on your boobies to make sure you are all right. All right. Don't you deal with anyone coming to your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream or video upload. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Peace.
Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speaks. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.